All right, all right, all right. Welcome back. Welcome back to another late show with your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. Let's go. I'm very excited today because I have my new watch on. Um, these have arrived, as you know. My personal example arrived as well. It is the Azure, the Sky Blue, the I don't know, not Tiffany blue, as Jack has once said it. I have that particular example for myself set aside, but as I mentioned before, we have a giveaway coming up with the first example with the pumpkin with the orange dial version to be given away this month. And the conditions, the guidelines for the giveaway are going to be announced on my Instagram page. And that's my Instagram page. And of course, the primary condition is that you remain subscribed here and that you follow me on Instagram. And ultimately, you will be able to uh, post on Instagram for the announcement, tag a couple of your friends, uh, and email me the proof of your follow on Instagram and your subscription on YouTube, as a result of which you will get a number back in response, and a random number generator will choose the winner by the end of the month. So we have one of each from the sets that has already been sold out of the Seiko Rowing Blazers Dress KX limited edition that was made in the black dial with the nautical flags, the sky blue, the orange, and also the key lime pie. So we'll go with the orange first for the month of November, with the key lime pie next, and probably after that, it will be the blue and then the black, which was the first one to be sold out actually. So we'll have something for everyone, one per month, and we'll have the giveaway action going on until the end of February, actually, which is very exciting. Very exciting, which will conclude basically with my first anniversary on YouTube, which is great. And I have my birthday coming up on the 18th for a Friday live stream. So I expect to see many, many of you there. And I look forward to having some watch talk to spend my birthday, because what better way could I find than to be among friends and talking watches? So let's do this. Let's do this. We'll start with again, just to take a look at those watches. Yes, I'm not against the holidays, as you see. I know how to have fun. Nothing against Christmas. So we'll have those giveaways, and if nothing else, I will have the pleasure of sharing this joy with you, celebrating having already reached 1,000 subscribers here and getting the channel monetized, which was a very important first step for me, which was my first major goal on YouTube. So I'm grateful to you for having made that possible. And the least I can do is to give something back. So ultimately, this is what we will do. I look forward to the first winner already. In the meantime, remain subscribed. I think I will post the official set of guidelines and the giveaway post on Instagram before the end of the week. So stay tuned. I'm very happy with it. I had put it on some of the other Rowing Blazers NATO straps that I already had. It looks great. It looks great on this one too. I love these colors. And I like the fact that it's not too matchy-matchy. I love the fact that they didn't go that particular way with the NATO straps. The bracelet themselves are fine, of course. And the watch certainly looks, if you ask me, like $1,000,000, like most Seikos do, just great pieces of design, beautifully finished for the price, have some dimensionality on the dial as well, and just a few different fun colors, right? We were talking and having a lot of fun about summer watches. This is the definition of a summer watch for me. Too bad that the summer has already passed, but that doesn't mean we can't have more fun with Seikos in the gym, by the poolside, in the ocean, and with your loved one on the mattress and beyond. It's a great watch to wear when you are frolicking around with your Valentine. So we're looking forward already to February. Let's go to the Christie's single owner auction and examine some of the results. I highlighted right at the beginning of last show the 4, or in fact 5 FP Jaunes that were sold as part of the Jean Todt collection on November 6th in Geneva by Christie's. And they had all realized very healthy, if not record-breaking prices. The ruthenium limited edition platinum tourbillon with the remontoir d'égalité actually broke the $1 million mark and sold for 1,083,600 Swiss francs. The platinum chronometre à résonance with, again, the ruthenium dial sold for 919,800. The Octa chronograph, the automatic chronograph, once again with the ruthenium dial and with the same serial number, same case number as the rest of the 5-piece collection here, number 63 out of 99. That sold for 630,000. The Octa Jour Nuit, the automatic wristwatch by FP Jaunes with a day and night indicator, that sold also for 478,800. And finally, the annual calendar FP Jaunes, also executed in platinum with that ruthenium dial, sold for 478,800 as well. The automatic watches of this 5-piece, the Octas, all had a customized rotor that identified these watches as personal gifts from the legendary race car driver, legendary Formula One champion Michael Schumacher to Jean Todt, and they were, in fact, adorned with his personal autograph, as well as 5 shields representing each one of the championships that Schumacher won for Ferrari. And finally, of course, as the centerpiece of this decoration, there was the prancing horse logo, emblematic of Scuderia Ferrari and the Ferrari brand at large. And I had mentioned before that the record for an FP Jaunes watch to be sold in public auction actually belonged to a special watch that the manufacturer made for the Only Watch charity auction in 2019. Um, and I think that was a watch that was called Astronomic Blue, I want to say. And that held the record for an FP Jaune sold for the largest amount of money at a public auction, and that was $1.8 million, one of a kind, expressly made for that occasion, with a tourbillon, with a minute repeater, a moon phase indicator, and an astronomic complication also at 12 o'clock right there. But that was, of course, until the 6th, because it turns out that in addition to these legendary pieces, there were two more. And lot 2110 has, again, a beautiful history, because this is actually a Ferrari edition of the FP Jaune Centigraphe Souverain, one of only 3 made. There were only 3 of these made with the Ferrari red on the dial, and of course the prancing horse logo of Scuderia Ferrari, wonderfully placed there at 12 o'clock. One was for JT, Jean Todt. One was for Michael Schumacher himself. And the last one actually was kept by none other than François Paul Jean himself. And it's said that to get the shade of the color just right on the dial, Jean Todt actually personally provided the paint for the Ferrari red, although that might well be an urban myth. It's a compelling story. It makes for an exciting narrative, so I'll take it. It is a beautiful watch. Centigraphe Souverain is not necessarily my favorite design for a chronograph, but this is clearly a very special one, and that broke, when it came up, the record for an FP Jaune wristwatch to be sold at a public auction. But that was lot number 2110. When it came to 2111, which also incidentally is an FP Jaune watch, that actually renewed the record almost immediately. And you can see, even just from the box and all the accoutrements, that this is a very special piece indeed. Yeah, even the movement looks like from some sort of horror thriller oriented science fiction movie, some sort of tentacle action going on there. But of course, what we have here is FP Jaune's ultimate take on a chiming watch, namely the Grande et Petite Sonnerie. The gong is on display right there by 9 o'clock. And you have, of course, a very iconic layout for hours and minutes, as well as small seconds, that almost immediately identify this watch visually as the work, as the design of FP Jaune. And you can see from here what function is privileged on the dial. Ultimately, this is also the power reserve, since you do need some charge to activate these time-honored and elegant and elite complications. Beautiful shade of blue on the dial, um, almost as beautiful as my Seiko, if I might say so. Mirror polished petrol blue, power reserve indicator right around 11 o'clock there. Chiming watch in stainless steel, the ultimate chiming watch, Grand et Petite Sonnerie, and of course, it comes as its full set with the box and certificate. And that's sold perhaps a little less than the higher end of that estimated value placed upon the watch on the eve of the auction, but it actually sold for more than $3 million. Specifically, it sold for 3,054,000 Swiss francs, which is now the most expensive F. Bejon wristwatch ever sold on a public auction. And this is a piece that was intended to memorialize the seventh Constructors' Championship in Formula One for Scuderia Ferrari. And all these watches that we have just looked at, the six of them, of course, very clearly carry the initials of the previous owner, Jean Todt. The Centigraphe Souverain actually is painted on the dial with Ferrari red, has the prancing horse logo at 12 o'clock, has even the hands of the watch in the equally iconic yellow to contrast with and stand against that Ferrari red, and ultimately is only one of the three that were ever made, and probably the only one to come up on a public auction for a while yet. And this one is also marked in a particular fashion on the dial. It might not actually carry the signature of Jean Todt on the dial, but it does still on the case back, on the band of the case back, exhibition case back, it does say Pour Jean Todt, with, of course, beautiful sentiment expressed as well. Ars longa vita brevis, right? Life may be short, but art gives us the hope of transcending it, if I may take some poetic license there in translating that phrase from the Latin. Thomas Broadbent, nice to see you, man. Is the F. Bejon Ferrari watch a tell, an indicator, the punctuation mark of design excess? Does it signal the secondary F. Bejon examples in the secondary market will tumble historically? I don't know. Why would they tumble? Look, I mean, honestly, I think it's too extravagant for my taste. I do like some of the Gérard Perregaux rattrapante, foudroyante chronographs that they produced in commemoration of certain achievements of Scuderia Ferrari that are only marked SF on the dial. So they pay proper tribute without going into that design excess that you're talking about. So that Ferrari watch is not necessarily my favorite chronograph, favorite F. Bejon out of this particular auction. but it's only one of the three. It's a watch that was basically made for by a friend for two other friends, for something to share between the three of them. I'm not sure if Bejon afterwards built Saint-Égraphe Souverain with the same color of the dial or with any reference to Ferrari. Although I might be wrong. I'm far from an expert on F. Bejon. F. Bejon is a brand that I've always admired from far, that I'm not necessarily a big fan of, and that I have not studied as extensively as some of my favorite brands. But I'm always open to learn, as you know, Thomas. So if this somehow made its way into serial production in some way or fashion, feel free to let me know. I think these sorts of exceptional watches, unique pieces, extremely limited editions, there's something for us to, really admire from far. They don't really reflect any trends on the market at all, if you ask me. Watches that sell for millions do not tell us anything about watches that were just yesterday selling for $25,000-$35,000, but today are already trending right around 15,000, for example. Breguet Marine, for example, that sells for 30,000 plus at list, and that was selling for around $25,000 on the secondary market, is already easily found for $16,000, $17,000. That tells me more about the market than Jean Todd's personal example of one of three watch. The price will be massive. $1 million watches will continue to sell for $1 million and more, Thomas. It's not, that doesn't really affect the market. It's not really affected by the market, quite honestly. Hey, Nick. So nice to see you, man. Mike David, lovely to see you. Aussie reminds everyone to upvote. Hey, man. Thank you so much. So those were the F. Bergeron watches that were sold, that sold either for record-breaking prices or came very close to breaking records. We had seen a similar example of this Vacheron Constantin, the double retrograde or bi-retrograde, you might say, time-only watch that was, in that case, Mercator. That was one of the pieces sold by Philips, and it had as its work of art for the dial a map that was drawn by the Flemish-German cartographer from the 16th century, Mercator himself. It was a cloisonné enamel painting, and it had the same movements, basically, which is a bi-retrograde display of hours and minutes, right? And in that case, since it was a cartographic watch, it made even more sense, right? Because that's like a, I don't even know what this device is called in English, but it's I think it's called a compass that you use for drawing perfect circles, right? So it kind of makes sense for it to be in the toolkit of a cartographer. Here, I think aesthetically it's still beautiful because at the end of the day, form follows function, right? You are and function follows form in both ways, in the sense that you have a métier d'art piece where the artwork on the dial should really be the centerpiece and should be obstructed as little as possible. So staging the hands in this particular way is a great way of achieving that. And at the end of the day, this is also a very efficient way of executing a bi-retrograde hours and minutes, as well as I mentioned. Once they need to go to 1 or 0, basically both snap back, right? So if at noon, for example, well, now the time is 8:57 or something, right? With this particular display. But at 12:59, for example, where they're basically as open to the maximum as possible, they would snap right back when it turns 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. So this is another Vacheron Constantin piece that's very unique, and that this time actually has an exceptional drawing of red Enzo Ferrari in a cloisonné enamel style painting. And additionally, it also has a customized, skeletonized full gold rotor on the back that commemorates Jean Todt's 10 years with Scuderia Ferrari, and of course with the prancing horse right in the middle of it. This was, I think, one of the most beautiful watches offered up for auction this weekend, lot 2109 from the legendary and unique watches by Christie's, and that sold for $138,600. A more modern example of another watch that was offered this weekend and was quite the rage, I think, at Sotheby's. I want to say the Chocolatone. The Chocolatone, yes, is basically being sold by Sotheby's tomorrow in Geneva, and has an estimated value of 500,000 to a million Swiss francs. Here you basically have the same watch in a modernized version. It's not a one-to-one copy. The modern version has a few tells that distinguish it from the vintage original, which is truly a one-of-one watch. Apparently, Vacheron does not have a record for a second example of this watch produced in platinum in their archives. In this case, this is a more modern reproduction with a specific guilloche decoration at the center of the dial, a pointer date right around that, moon phase display at 6 o'clock, and ultimately what you have is a triple calendar Vacheron Constantin Toledo with a very nice platinum case with a stepped shape that reminds you of a block of chocolate, hence the name by the collectors given to this timepiece, Chocolatone. This is Toledo 1952 in platinum, triple calendar with moon phase, Vacheron Constantin, that sold as lot 2106 for a little more than $50,000. And once again, this was engraved and personalized for Jean Todt in 2004 with the prancing horse as well. Many of these watches come from that particular period, 03, 04, which was really a year of crowning achievements for Scuderia Ferrari. So it seems quite fitting. Hey, JB. Nice to see you, man. I'm so sorry, by the way. Thankfully, I will be already in a different place next week, but it's horrible, the internet connection here. I'm really suffering. I mean, yesterday it was a little better since I wasn't here. I'm back and I already hate it. This is another Vacheron Constantin, one of my favorite watches, not only because it has that regulator dial layout that I really appreciate, but also a dual time function, a pointer date at 6 o'clock, which combines really well with the running seconds there on a small subsidiary dial. Um, and it has, of course, that dual time indicator at 9 o'clock as well, which serves as an additional 24-hour hand. And it comes in that distinctive malt case shape that has these talon-like lugs that splay out very suggestively. I think, again, one of the most beautiful things designed by Vacheron Constantin, and that says a lot because Vacheron Constantin designs beautiful pieces again and again. The way they stylize the lugs of even their perfectly round-shaped watches is really a work of art. This is a thing of beauty in great condition. It's a hinged case back, by the way, which is inscribed Vacheron Constantin Genève, but allows you to take a peek at the movement at a pinch right there. And it comes with the box. Of course, this is again from Jean Todt's personal collection. From right around year 2000, the reference number for those who are interested is 42005, and it actually sold for $13,860, which is not too far off from the market value of these watches. But of course, this is a price before the buyer's premium. So you can get it for much cheaper than the buyer in this auction if you look carefully enough and if you're patient enough on the secondary market. Of course, not to forget, this is one that was once owned by none other than Jean Todt. I want to take a look at some very interesting pieces because the Richard Milles don't really interest me, with all due respect, even though they sell for millions of dollars here. The Panerai stainless steel Ferrari chronograph, again, it's a little too much for my taste in that bright yellow, but this is Ferrari Gran Turismo reference Fer 00011, number 88 of a limited edition of 700 from around 2007. That was lot 2100, and it sold for a little more than $10,000. There was a beautiful and once again personal lemon Paul Newman Daytona in gold. That was reference 6241 at lot 2089. That sold for a little more than $1 million, 1,071,000 Swiss francs specifically. Really gorgeous champagne dial, exotic dial, Paul Newman Daytona in 18 karat gold. I don't know what I did there. I feel like I lost. Okay. I had lost my place, but regained it quickly. As you see, there are a lot of the collection is a mix of personal gifts, a lot of iconic collectible pieces, some watches that seem to be more or less predictable in terms of finding their place into an enthusiastic collector's watch box, but others that are really interesting. I love these kinds of curations because they really give you a piece of that collector's mind. And here you see someone whose collection really surprised me because even though I had seen him with some interesting watches over the years on his wrist, I would never think, for example, that Jean Todt was the kind of watch collector who would have an example of Jean-Claude Killy, namely a triple calendar chronograph Rolex wristwatch in his collection. This is a very collectible and rather legendary Rolex reference. Very clean, very beautiful. Here with those wonderful blue accents on the chapter ring for the pointer dates. Gold fixtures for the silver dial against, of course, the stainless steel case on a full oyster bracelet with rivets. That one sold for $107,100. That's a Dato Compax Rolex Jean-Claude Killy reference 6236 lot 2088 sold for 107,100. He has Steve McQueen, right? 1655, the first iteration of Explorer 2, which sold for 60,000 at lot number 2087. He has a Comex Sea Dweller that sold for 138,600 at lot 2089. He has a white gold Daytona 16519, so with a zenith movement and a racing dial on a leather strap. And beautifully kept in its original box. As you can see, this is a presentation box from the days of yore when Rolex actually cared, when Rolex had to make an effort to sell their watches. Those times are gone, but at least the memories remain. And as you can see, this was a beautiful box that they used to present precious metal Daytonas in, and it's really gorgeous, and it shows the kind of care and attention that Jean Todt placed on these watches, that he actually kept these and preserved them for the next owner. It's really amazing. So this is Jean Todt's personal white gold Daytona on a leather strap with a beautiful uh, porcelain-looking racing dial with those oversized Arabic numerals on a leather strap, and that sold for 69,300 at lot number 2085. From Michael with thanks. Thanks, Michael. I mean, where does it end? The guy gifted you 5 Formula One championships, helped you reach 7 constructors championships. Did he actually have to gift you all these watches as well? Joking aside, all these, especially at the present, all these watches really fill my heart with some warmth, because you don't really know what goes on behind the scenes, right? Of course, these two people were very successful as a team at a certain point in time, in a way, before the current generation of Formula One and the current mainstream craze about Formula One in the US, thanks to the 3 tracks that we have here, and the ongoing Netflix documentary series. Michael Schumacher really defined Formula One for an entire generation. Michael Schumacher put Scuderia Ferrari on the map. So it's nice to see that they had this sort of friendship behind the scenes. They weren't simply getting along. They weren't simply successful in a sporting avenue, but in fact had the kind of thriving friendship and relationship that made them exchange these kinds of personalized gifts that require some attention, some care, some measure of seeking these things out and arranging them with this sort of detail. It's really breathtaking, if you ask me, and shows you how emotive these pieces really are. Right? This is not just another gold Daytona. The F. that we have seen were not just lavish purchases. They were actually basically every single one of them either a gift of a friend or a piece that was made to commemorate a very specific occasion, a very important achievement. This is another Zenit El Primero powered Daytona with a white dial in 18 karat gold, Arabic dial, again, racing dial on a leather strap, 16518, 8 standing for yellow gold. The previous watch we had seen was a 16519 in white gold. Again, you see that beautiful wooden presentation box. This one sold for a little more than 40,000 Swiss francs. Danke, Michael. Yes, bitte sehr. I'm sure Jean Todt had his ways of thanking him as well. This was very interesting to me. Again, certainly identifies Jean Todt as a watch guy. He's just like us in a way, right? And you see, this was the Bluesies presentation box at the time. a gorgeous wooden box upholstered in that grained leather, very distinct, very beautiful. And this is a watch that was uh, engraved to commemorate Jean Todd's induction to Légion d'honneur. So it has the date January 1st, 1993 on it. Again, I've seen all his fancy watches now, but even then I wouldn't really expect them to have a bluesy. He does. That's what he went after. In fact, to commemorate his induction to a very important French organization, very important French recognition award. So that's lot 2083, and it sold for 50,400. Metal Bug, nice to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Again, racing chronographs, of course, take the center stage in Jean Todt's collection. This is the beautiful, to me, really exciting, at least, Mille Miglia Chopard chronograph in titanium, limited edition. These are actually not so expensive. The plain Jane editions that didn't once belong to the Formula One Ferrari team principal. But even in that particular case, this one is marked number 222. It sold for 7,308. So it sold for a little more than 7,000. Say 8.5 thousand with the buyer's premium. That doesn't sound so bad for something that is meaningful, that is personal, that has once belonged to Jean Todt, but you can get these very interesting chronographs for much, much less on the secondary market. Again, if you like the design, if you like the gimmick that the rubber strap is actually taking after a tire, you might as well go for something like that. I like it. I like it. That was lot 2081. Another Chopard Mille Miglia Jackie X sold for more than 81, more than $8,000, 8190. Again, another limited edition Mille Miglia. This is apparently the prototype. Another Chopard Mille Miglia chronograph. Another limited edition that went for something, again, slightly more reasonable than the rest of the lots in this particular auction. I wanted to show some of the more unique pieces. Some, again, that one truly doesn't expect to find on this kind of collection. For example, the Parmigiani Fleurier Calpa 30-second tourbillon. This is the rectangular / Art Deco design of of the house of Parmigiani Fleurier. In its more elevated versions, it is called hebdomadaire, which refers to week, so to speak. In this case, it indicates the 8-day power reserve, right? So it basically at full charge lasts you more than a week. And in this case, the dial is specifically decorated and finally adorned with this slight shade of purple, of lilac, for this tourbillon that's held by that bridge with a beautiful ruby inserted there on gold chaton, if I'm not mistaken. It has a beautiful hinged case back where you can see the uniquely decorated 8-day power reserve tourbillon movement, inscribed for an exceptional man, homme d'exception. And the case back actually has this beautiful inscription as well as enamel painting in very exciting and inviting shade of blue. And of course, the horses of this pièce unique, on the case back of this pièce unique, certainly evoke the emblem of Scuderia Ferrari as well. That was lot 2071, and it sold for $88,200. Thankfully, there are a lot of Richard Mille that I can pass up in silence. I want to show you a few very beautiful Patek Philippe's. A lot of them are either perpetual calendars or perpetual calendar chronographs. Probably the rarest one, a very desirable watch in its own right, without really carrying any sort of provenance or celebrity stardust. This is Patek Philippe 5004J, which is Patek Philippe's perpetual calendar split second chronograph. Quite rare, quite desirable, and in this case, sold well above the higher end of the spectrum laid out by its estimate. It sold for $390,600. This is a split-second chronograph built on the base of Nouvelle Lemania 2310 or Nouvelle Lemania CH27, of course, coming from late 90s. We're still talking about a Geneva seal movement. Very beautiful, very desirable, and absolutely wearable as well, right around 36 millimeters. You can basically consider it a 3970 with the added rattrapante function, with the added split seconds function. This was lot 2059, sold for 390,600 Swiss francs. Next to it was actually a 3970, so a perpetual calendar chronograph from roughly the same period of time, from 1990 in this case. You have a solid screw down case back in this particular instance. Once again, you see the attention and care that Jean Todt placed on this particular item. Comes as a full set, preserved as a full set, and this is Jean Todt's personal Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph 3970E, and it sold for 138,600 Swiss francs at lot number 2058. 2057 was a tonneau shaped Patek Philippe perpetual calendar with wonderful Breguet hands, matching Breguet numerals in yellow gold. The reference number is 5040 with the moon phase at 6 o'clock and with an Italian calendar as well as the leap year indicator, the 24-hour hand right there, the day and night indicator in a certain way. Very beautiful, functional, and elegant perpetual calendar chronograph. An exhibition case back, as you see, of a round-shaped micro-rotor movement. And that sold for 52,920 Swiss francs, lot 2057. Hi, Lindell. Nice to see you, man. Thanks for being here. And Watch Nicholas, thank you for staying on. I thought you were going to eat. You were going out to eat. I thought it was Mongolian buffet night. Am I mistaken? What is that a plan for a later day? Nevertheless, we have this time a 3940, which is in this case a second series version of a perpetual calendar, pure and simple, from the same period of time. Classic round-shaped stepped case, an expression of the simple beauty that Patek is rightly known for. It has, in this case, a French calendar, beautiful Dauphine hands, moon phase at 6 o'clock, very elegant watch in classic dimensions. And this sold for 2056 for an amount of $75,600. There are a few more watches that I want to show you here before I switch gears to the next auction. I might show you something different, something interesting in the meantime. There we go. He also had a wonderful Reverso Sun and Moon model, which is a great execution of a Grantai case. Power reserve at 11 o'clock, night and day indicator there at 1 o'clock, moon phase at 6, wonderfully heat blued hands, and again a dash of night blue and gold on the dial thanks to those indicators. Pink gold case, as is frequently the case with complicated reversos. And as a full set, this one sold for $21,420. $21,420, I meant. A great Santos 100, the centennial uh, edition of the Santos, here in the two-tone execution, meaning the bezel is actually in gold and nothing else for this particular model. It comes on a leather strap. Um, from year 2004, it sold for 8,820 Swiss francs at lot 2039. There was a large roadster in 18 karat gold that sold for $16,380. This is lot 2038. As you can see, it happens like this sometimes, right? You know, at certain moments, some brands just can't do wrong. We always give them breaks. We want to buy each and every watch that is made by them historically. We get on year-long wait lists for their models that are or that should still be sold at retail. Cartier is right now living in that moment. They cannot do any wrong. They literally can reiterate a model that was called the Pebble, and that's, I don't know, that I was never a fan of. Let's put it like that, and very kindly. But everyone seems to adore at this point in time. Um, and I think they just released a version of it that was sold out almost before it hit the streets. There are a number of Blancpains and Omegas that were sold well over or right within the estimates. You can freely check it out, of course. There was a very interesting example of an IWC chronograph with a Jaeger-LeCoultre supplied mecha quartz movement. An interesting layout, of course, for an IWC Flieger Chrono, an IWC pilot's chronograph, but this is usually the dial layout followed by the JLC Mecha Quartz movement powered versions. This one sold for a little more than $5,000, and it is the example at lot 2032. Once again, full set, box and papers. Actually, it's quite a beautiful watch in yellow gold. You know, whatever movement powers it seems to be of a secondary consideration, if you ask me. We have at lot number 3 or 2003, Gérard Perregaux, a tonneau-shaped chronograph. The model name is Richeville, with Breguet hands and Breguet numerals, very reminiscent, slightly modified version of it, perhaps. The price it realized was 6,300 Swiss francs. This was lot number 3. There were a number of Alain Gonzone watches that I want to highlight. the platinum datograph, an early example of the Alang und Söhne datograph flyback chronograph with the big dates from that time period where it did not have a power reserve indicator on the dial, and when it was right under 40 millimeters in diameter, actually quite wearable. 39 and a half maybe is the measurement, more or less. Beautiful piece, I think, that really exhibits to the fullest extent the vision, the high horological vision of Alan Gonzone. And they're still very desirable in both the newer iteration and in their original design. I prefer them this way because I find them a little more wearable for my smaller wrists. But hey, this particular example that actually belonged to Jean Todt at lot 2021 was sold for a little more than 100,000, $107,100. That's a platinum flyback chronograph by Alan Gonzone. I want to show you the one that sold for most when it comes to his Alan Gonzone watches. This is a limited platinum Alan Gonzone tourbillon that actually displays the tourbillon on the dial. The watch, for the lack of a better description, mostly has the visual appearance of a Lange 1, but you in fact have a very minuscule version of the subsidiary dial for seconds that's lodged in to the hours and minutes dial at 7:30 and where the small seconds usually are placed, you have a tourbillon with a very distinctive bridge there. And Doppelfederhaus, of course, refers to the double spring barrels that characterized the earlier version of this movement. A platinum Alan Gonzone tourbillon watch from around 2001, one of 150 examples, number 85. The price it realized was $151,200. Lindell, send me the number in the chat. There are many interesting Richard Mille watches that I passed over, but if you want me to discuss one or two of them, I would happily go back for you. There was a platinum Alan Gonzone perpetual calendar with an automatic movement. This is a watch from 2010. And you can see the micro rotor, the Saxomat rotor with the platinum weight. And that one sold for a little more than $60,000 at lot 2022. At lot 2013, we had a 56023, which is a gold Royal Oak with matching cream dial, and that sold for, powered by a quartz movement, that sold for 52,920 Swiss francs. 2008 was Girard-Perregaux tourbillon that was actually made to commemorate the fifth title for Michael Schumacher. You can see those five reds, his racing helmet, the Ferrari logo, of course, the number 1 Dauphine hands, and the gorgeous tourbillon with GP's distinctive bridge placed right at 6 o'clock, JT in gilt letters at the lower right corner of this rectangular piece. In white gold, this watch sold for $107,100. An automatic tourbillon wristwatch by Girard-Perregaux that is one of 3 especially made for Jean Todt, carries the engraving of the Formula One World Championship, his personal signature, commemorating Michael Schumacher's 5th world title in December 2002. Last but not least, this is one of my favorite watches ever made by Girard-Perregaux, one of 100 in platinum. Probably one of the best deals for this kind of watch in the world of high horology, in the horological world. It is a watch made for Ferrari, but that is only very subtly remarked on the face of the watch by those 2 initials in red, Scuderia Ferrari. There are other red accents, of course, that hint toward that. The foudroyant register, the flashing seconds register, for example, also has a red hand. And finally, this is also a rattrapante, meaning that what we have in our view here is a split-second chronograph on top of it all. Very beautiful watch, great piece in platinum that was made to commemorate Ferrari's constructor's title in 1999. That is a reference 9020, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So I'll be taking my customary break now. That was lot 2005. That sold for 31,500 Swiss francs. And I will pull up that Richard Mille that Lindell asked me to talk about. That's an RM 001. it was actually a watch personally worn by Richard Mille when he was going to the Basel Fair to introduce his brand. So it is a watch that has historical significance as the first Richard Mille model, uh, as a tourbillon, and as a watch worn personally by none other than Richard Mille himself. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We're back with a little drink right here for me. And we were finishing up our discussion of um, Jean Todd's personal collection being auctioned off this weekend by Christie's in Geneva. This is a gold Richard Mille watch, Richard Mille in its distinctive tonneau-shaped case, executed here in 18 karat pink gold, the first of the first, as Christie's has called it. This is an RM 001, movement 001, case unnumbered and unsigned, because the watch is said to have been worn personally by Richard Mille, as he actually was pushing his brand to the limelight in the early years. This is how they put it. The present watch was, according to the present owner, which is Jean Todt, worn by Richard Mille as his personal watch. Indeed, the case is both unsigned and uninscribed, only being stamped with the necessary gold marks. As Richard Mille's personal wristwatch with movement number 001, it can be considered as almost a prototype and arguably the key piece of the first Richard Mille reference RM001 that was informally presented at Basel World in 2001. I'm sorry with that German accent coming through. Um, so I hope this was the watch that you asked, Lindau. Lot 2060 from Jean Todt's personal collection. The auction with the title Legendary and Unique Watches, Lot 2060. It sold for more than 2 million Swiss francs. In fact, closer to $2.1 million. And of course, much, much more with the buyer's premium. So I'm guessing that was it. Let me move on to the auction from yesterday, which was not a single owner auction, but in fact, an auction with timepieces curated from a number of different owners. Just to take stock, by the way, there, Jean Todt's personal collection for the single owner auction by Christie's in Geneva with the title Legendary and Unique Watches realized a sale total of 31,877,418 Swiss francs. And they also had an auction called Rare Watches on the following day, which closed for 23,670,930 Swiss francs, which was, as you can see here cursorily, a collection of a lot of type watches, some classics thrown in, some of the usual suspects, as well some more extravagant pieces, as well as perhaps one of the hypest pieces to have ever hyped, that is the 5711 made for Tiffany and Co. with that distinctive Tiffany blue dial. I put the link in the chat. If you guys would like me to focus on any particular example, feel free to send me the lot number with a super chat, and I will be sure to pay special attention to it, bringing all my historical and horological knowledge to the fore. But this is a great place to start. We have seen Jean Todt's personal first generation datograph flyback chronograph to sell for more than $100,000, and let this serve as an example of how much personal provenance might count for. This is just as lovely, just as well taken care of. This also comes with its box and warranty papers, and it sold for a little more than $50,000, whereas Jean Todt's personal example had sold for more than $100,000. That piece was from right around 2000. This is from 2010. Lot 49 on the Rare Watches auction, Arlang und Söhne Platinum Flyback Chronograph, the datograph with oversized date, sold for more than $50,000. A very nice 116509 Rolex Daytona in 18 karat white gold on a matching bracelet uh, with grossular garnet rubellite dial that is also diamond set in the factory. The case and the bracelet seem to be very well preserved and in a good condition. This watch, which is lot 19, sold for $69,300. Right next to it, a cousin of that watch, more or less, this time with a green chrysoprase dial, 116509, Rolex Daytona with in 18 karat white gold on a matching bracelet with Roman numerals. Again, with box and papers from year 2017. It sold for $103,320. That was lot 18. As always, I want to point out that I use dollars and francs interchangeably at this point in time because we more or less have a parity. That might change soon, that might change at any point, but I just want to make a note of that. And next up, again for all of those who want to say that the market is as healthy as ever, here you have uh, an 18 karat white gold Daytona on a full white gold oyster bracelet with the meteorite dial, those beautiful red accents, matching white gold tachometer bezel that sold for $44,100, quite close, in fact, to the lower end of the estimate. You see a quartet of Oyster Perpetual 41s that started off the auction. Lot 1, which is the coral red, sold for 25,200 Swiss francs. Lot 2, which is a saffron yellow or school bus yellow, 21,420. The Rolex green, lot 3, sold for the same price, 21,420 Swiss francs. And the turquoise blue Oyster Perpetual 41 at lot 4 sold for 52,920. We have seen at lot 10 Rolex GMT Master 2 in white gold sell for $63,000. It has, of course, that distinctive meteorite dial. That is the model 126719 BLRO. Of course, initially, Rolex had introduced its so-called Pepsi bezel exclusively in white gold. So, especially in its introduction, this particular model with the meteorite dial was the top of the line for Rolex GMT Masters, especially in modern time. Quite a desirable watch that used to be listed for six figures already before the crash. Now, in an auction where everything else seems to attract a lot of attention for what they are, this watch sold for 63,000. Um, so make of that what you will. I know that this is before the buyer's premium, but a lot of the watches that were hyped up beyond recognition with prices skyrocketing into stratosphere are coming down, are crashing down hard. You just have to remain patient. You have to keep up studying, researching, looking for your options, looking for different kinds of listings and not only from the usual suspects. If you want to, if you want my help with the process, the links are all there. You become a member on Patreon at that initiate level for $10 a month. And I will be reaching out to you on a daily basis with at least 3 links to deals on the secondary market for watches. Uh, and in addition to that, of course, you will have a direct line of communication with me where um, you can share with me your particular requests and interests and aspirations on the horological market, and I can help tailor that list for you uh, on a daily basis, and we'll work from there. Again, if you have any particular questions about your next watch acquisition, if you want help or consultancy on a more regular basis, on a more committed basis for your watch collection, if you want my help in curating your watch collection in a more holistic way, again, you can reach out to me through Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. That's Lord Hellespont V at gmail.com. It's also connected to the PayPal account right there that is provided in the link. If you want to otherwise contribute to the channel, that PayPal is, of course, an option. And I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And if you have any questions about today's watches that we are discussing, feel free to send me a super chat with a specific lot number, and I will be happy to take a look at that lot for you and exercise all my historical and horological muscles in links right there. I wanted to share actually today's find because I came across a fellow traveler in the cigar lounge, and he was wearing a very interesting watch. So I want to share that with you because it is a watch that you don't see every day, and that has a very unique character. But that's also not that expensive either. So this is Gérald Janta Chronosport. It is produced in stainless steel and usually comes on a rubber bracelet. This is a photo that I grabbed from Chrono 24. But this is how the watch exactly looked like. Beautiful, solid case back, a nice, hefty 41 millimeter sports chronograph with large serif Arabic numerals that really fit with the vibe. And those chronograph registers, those subdials, are actually distinguished by some kind of treated mother of pearl. So they have a very nice glimmer to them. Of course, the big dates display at 12 o'clock is another delight. I particularly love those broadsword hands that are luminous, just as the Arabic numerals and the index markers, those pips at quarters. So this is a very interesting watch with the name Jarajanta and his design prowess attached to it. Um, it's it kind of feels like a Type 20 if it were redesigned and rethought, reconceived for the 21st century. The case itself has uh, that coin edge decoration, the fluting that you would be familiar with from neo vintage and more contemporary Breguet wristwatches. And the lugs are also similarly styled, though not as uh, distinctive in their teardrop shape. I have seen examples of this watch through a quick research, through a quick dip into the rabbit hole and back uh, on a matching stainless steel bracelet. I've seen versions of it with a white dial, more rarely with a blue dial. I have also seen examples that have either a matching rubber bezel or a diamond set bezel. But I think ultimately it is a toss up between the black dial on a black rubber strap or the blue dial on a rubber strap as well. But this was the watch that the gentleman was wearing, and I was very happy to uh, come across a watch that I had never seen in flesh before and that I had a chance to learn more about. Since it was a solid case back, I didn't really have a chance to really peek into it. But from the quality of the movement, as well as its execution, as well as the dial layout, I'm guessing it is some iteration of the Frederic Piguet 1185. The watch, after all, comes from that same period of the second generation overseas chronographs that are powered by the same movement base. Vacheron Constantin Royal Eagle 2, just as the second generation of overseas was powered by Frederic Piguet 1185 three register chronograph movement with a big date display. So I'm assuming, I'm making an educated guess to say that this watch is also um, powered by a chronograph movement by Frederic Piguet, uh, probably the caliber 1185. And it's very attractively priced at around three to $4,000. A very unique piece, a very sporty piece, a very cool watch that has a very distinctive design that doesn't stray too far away from the classic appearance, from the memorable aesthetics of a sports chronograph. Um, and I think it's a delight to wear on that Gérard Janta rubber band as well. So that's the Gérard Janta GS HX10, I want to say. Let's see, GS. Hmm. CHS X10. Just to take a quick look at some examples. Um, this is, for example, from a recent Sotheby's auction where they had a blue example. A very gorgeous piece, if you ask me, and very unique as well. Not something you see every day, something that has a very recognizable appearance, but also its unique style. So, certainly the kind of watch that would uh, gain the seal of approval from the Young Brando Watches and Style channel. And also on Chrono 24, there are many examples of it with the white dial, for example, here paired with a tan brown leather band, the black dial, black with the black rubber bezel, again, black on black with the rubber bezel. Here, a full set offered on the rubber band in damn near perfect condition as well. Pardon me. And it's listed at around $4,000, but the seller accepts, of course, offers as well. And as always, of course, the responsibility lays with the buyer. I'm just recommending you some opportunity, an interesting value proposition. But I have to reiterate as well, I have no connection to the seller, no personal or professional ties to the person selling the watch here. A beautiful Jarajanta Chronosport chronograph that I had a chance to see in person today, here offered by someone on the other side of the world, but it still seemed like an interesting dial to highlight. And you can see that interesting glimmer of the mother of pearl subdials as well here. All right, back to the future. Oh, hey,
How you doing? How do you like to be
good.
referred to these days?
Whatever. I mean, as RuPaul said, just call me, baby. Call me whatever. Just call me.
Uh,
As long as you're here, I don't mind. Whatever you call me is fine.
cool, cool.
I
Yeah,
know.
I'm off the blacklist.
Blacklist where? Tell me
My
more.
AD. I'm off the blacklist.
Oh wait, you are. So you can buy watches again from a Rolex authorized dealer. Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
apparently, yeah.
Tell me more.
The well, it was I was told that like they said in new requirements that to get anything hot, you have to have 3 years of purchase history. And I checked in today to ask for something completely ridiculous, and they go, "Oh yeah, no, you qualify. 2 years is fine." So yeah, things change rapidly, but not
So
rapidly enough for what I was asking for.
is it is it okay for me to ask what that ridiculous thing was that you asked for, that you demanded?
Yeah, yeah. I've got a 10-year anniversary coming up, and I'm taking Archie's advice. I'm gonna get what my wife wants, but I was also thinking about getting 2 gold Daytonas.
Two gold Daytonas.
Yeah, 2.
Nice.
Yeah,
On Oyster Flex?
yeah. I think mine would be on Oyster Flex, and Lena's would be on full gold bracelet because it's just more, you know, it's more appropriate for a woman.
His and hers. His and
Yeah,
hers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the two rose golds. I was told one's possible, two not so much.
Okay. And in that case, if it is only one of them, 10th anniversary being the anniversary
uh,
of your marriage, of course. Which one
yeah,
are
yeah,
you
yeah.
getting? The
No, no,
bracelet?
no, no. I wouldn't. I don't think I'd. If I can't have both, I won't. I don't think I'll do one. I don't think I'll
Ah,
do that.
okay.
Yeah, like it's really specifically for the anniversary, and like we'll do wedding chapel and Elvis, you know. So I wanted to exchange something, and I'm just not that. I'm not a fan of rings, so I'm just like it'd be cool to exchange watches, but if if I can't get the watches, I'll do rings. It's okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a fan of rings, but that's because I fear commitment. But I like watches too. I'll
Yeah.
prefer watches for sure.
Well, I've been playing around with it a little bit more. I sort of have a better idea of sizing. Like this is about 8 millimeters, and I think for me it has to be 9 or 10. And I really like having the material match the watch. So in this case, this is perfect. But I like having a steel ring when I'm wearing a steel watch. You know, the metal. I mean, that's not unheard of, but you know, steel's the new hotness, right? So it makes
It
sense
is.
to have a steel ring. I do have a titanium ring, and I really like the sizing on this one a lot more than the
And do
steel.
you
But
do you,
I don't. I've
do you
only got one
wear that?
titanium watch.
Do you wear that with your Pelagos?
That's right.
All right.
But
Okay.
I mean, with these non-precious metal rings, they're so cheap, so it's very easy to have a play around. So that size, so the difference between like I think 9 mil and 7, nine's just a much nicer size on my fingers. It looks a lot more manly. I've got dainty little fingers, little big gaps. So yeah, I'm not really keen on getting any kind of gold ring without a gold watch, but that's not a requirement. I'm just like, it doesn't make
I hear
sense to
you.
have a gold ring if I don't have a gold watch, and
Mm,
I'd rather have the gold watch than the gold ring. But
right.
if we're yeah, we'll see. Like, there's not much time left, but holy hell, the world is going to shit really fast.
Well, look, I mean, there's that. I don't know. I don't know how, because you're not just asking for two gold watches. Period. If you were talking about another two gold Rolex watches, I would say, like you said, the world is going to hell in a handbasket, and I'm sure they will actually give you, say, two day dates or two gold
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
submariners
Yeah.
before the end of the year or something, if that's fast approaching.
Yeah, yeah. They even suggested like maybe one of them's a day date or something like that. I was like, no,
Ah,
I've looked at the day date. I don't like it. It's just not for
yeah,
me.
yeah.
Um, yeah.
But
So it's
two Daytonas of any metal, unless it's two tone, unless one of them is two tone, I don't think.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe, I mean, I'm not gonna say never, but
I wouldn't have asked if I didn't think it was even plausible. Like she had to think. She's like she was thinking, and it was like
okay.
there are ways it could be done, but it would be painful. It would be painful. You'd have to buy a
I
lot of
it's
shitters.
it's going to be it's going to be painful in either case. I mean, what does it? You must have calculated what does it come down to at list price? The two
Yeah,
pink gold
like
Daytona.
MSRP is about 70,000. I think it's about 37 for one, low 30 for the other, or something like that. So, and there's also the possibility that it's a diamond dial, which may make things harder or less hard. Certainly, more options help, but
Yeah.
with a diamond dial, you're then talking about $37,000 for Oyster Flex, or 42,000, I think, on the full bracelet. So it adds another $6,000.
Yeah, so in either case, you're talking about $75,000 out of the door, if
Hmm.
a little more.
Well, no, plus tax, probably like 80 something. But it's really all the soft pieces that have to go up with it.
Mm,
And look, it's not a lot. Like the suggested piece would be in the $5,000 range. It's just it would be a true shitter, and I don't want to take on problems. Honestly, I'd rather get a watch that I like, but they were saying that it wouldn't help enough to get over
Mm.
that line at the moment. Anyway, I mean, the world's going to crap so quick, man. Like as I said, all of a sudden the 3-year requirement turned into a 2-year requirement between last few months basically, and then who knows
Mhm.
what happens. I mean, historically gold pieces are not hard. I think if my anniversary was in August next year instead of January, I think this
Mhm.
would be a lock. As long as I've got the money, as long as I'm liquid, that would be a lock. But it's just it's just we're right on the cusp of all of these precious metal pieces being sort of like, you know what, we're happy to offload them.
Right.
And that's also a long-term proposition. Like I can't give up all of my soft purchases on these things because I think within 5 months they're all negative. You know what I mean? It's just it's not going to help right now.
Mm.
It's just bad timing. It's bad timing. But we'll see. Things could go south so badly that um, 2 gold Daytonas in January could happen. It's remotely plausible.
And if that doesn't happen, you said rings to commemorate the anniversary. Are there any other pieces that you lined up in your mind?
No, I don't think so. I did recommend for one of my friends that he get his mum and dad a Cartier Santos and a Cartier tank, his and hers. That's pretty cool, but I I don't I think they're really cool his and hers potential, but they're not special enough for a 10-year anniversary in my opinion. Like I want something a
Mm.
lot more special for a
You
10
want
year.
essentially you want something more exclusive. I mean, a Santos and a tank are pretty special if you ask me, but you want something that's harder to get, essentially. No?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more that they're steel, like the ones that I would be looking at. Like I don't prefer those ones to be in gold. Um, I know that's more of the classic way to do it, but I don't know. The way I've been wanting the Santos is definitely the steel. So if that's steel, then Lena would have something in steel, and that's I don't think steel is like a 10-year anniversary thing, unless it's your very first luxury pieces. That I mean, I'm not
Hey,
not scoffing. Yeah, this
nice.
guy's got way too much energy this evening. I
I
gave
was
up.
I was gonna say that his haircut is due just like mine. Unfortunately, I don't have a dad around to take care of that, so he's I'm sure he's due his haircut soon, no?
He refuses. He's seen my haircut, so he knows to stay away. I have I have to bribe him with
Okay,
Transformer toys or something.
come on, man. I don't open the floodgates on that. You know, I'm already trying to restrain myself, but because I mean, I have bad hair, but when you give yourself one of those haircuts,
Those are accidents, man. Those
I
are
start I
accidents.
start feeling I start feeling good about myself when I see your haircuts. I'm like,
Uh,
okay.
well, that's why you got to have a bag of hats. Like you just got to get put the hat on. You're good.
Yeah.
uh,
I do have some hats, but I feel like, I look when I when I'm wearing a hoodie and I'm wearing a baseball cap, I
mhm.
look I look kind of like a cool dad, but I'm single, I'm childless, and it's very much up for debate whether I'm cool or not. So it's not a look that works for me.
uh, yeah, I think like this whole watch market is it's really gone to complete rubbish. Like as in, I don't mind. Like it's gonna get easier. It's just timing is rough, and the requirements are starting to come down. Like as I said, on for me, GMT and Daytona, it just became available again, and like I don't.
That's very
It's
good.
like
So
nothing
I mean,
happened, nothing happened. Well,
ultimately, ultimately, then if that deal doesn't work out down the line, you just want to get your black dial 116500 LN, huh?
yeah, I
Ultimately.
don't know. I've been thinking about it more, and I'm sort of definitely out of the market for the Pepsi. The black dial would still be nice, but I've been wearing the sub more, and that's same look really, and I don't know. I don't think I need anything more. The real trouble is I think I really do want the Santos, but
Yeah,
I also know that that's worth another hot Rolex as well. as in like I may as well ask for something hot as well.
yeah.
Um, but the only one I really want is the Santos actually, and the Tudors are really nice, but I'm not sure there's anything to justify it at the moment. As in, I definitely want a Santos more than I want another Tudor,
Yeah.
and honestly, like if you look at the grey prices for the Black Dial Daytona, I don't think that I really need to do more than a Santos purchase to get that. Like if you just, it's like $15,000 almost for retail MSRP on a black Daytona,
Mm.
and then I think grey market is what 22, 23 or something, or 28. It's pretty. Who
And with
knows?
still
Woo!
with still some ways to come down, I think. It's not gonna
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people who pull a full Doctor Doom and say like, everything is going to fall apart, because I think Daytona has been so popular, at least since the turn of the millennium, that it will always sell on the secondary market with some sort of premium. But I think it's realistic in a few months that you might see it right around 20K on the secondary market. I think it's
It's
very
it's it's
realistic.
it, it's hypothetically possible. I mean, very realistic is the 26 range. I'm sure dealers are only offering about 21 or 20, like you said, right now in terms of buying off
Mm.
regular clients. So it's heck, they might even be doing that for the white dial. I mean, white dial they're putting out there on the market for like 32, 33, I think. And in that case, like maybe they're buying them for 20. And I know the spreads are really, really wide at the moment if you
Oh,
want
of course.
cash. So realistically, MSRP about 15 plus a Santos, that puts you at about $22,000 spent. That just doesn't sound implausible. As long as you're well qualified, you have a relationship. It's just like the money side of things that's relatively reasonable. Maybe
And I
throwing a
mean,
Black Bay Pro is necessary now, but not in 2 more months, 3 more months. It just doesn't seem likely.
I like, I just love how calculating you are actually about how these pieces relate to each other as you move on from one to the other. Because look, I mean, the community came to know you as the Krispy Kreme guy, right?
Yeah.
Um, but they didn't pay attention to all this, you know, really almost the science that you set up behind the scenes. What kinds of soft pieces that I actually want in my watch collection
Right,
can I
right.
get to facilitate my sales associate offering me something that I want even more and that is much harder to get. So
Well,
I
or,
like the
or,
way
or
that
the
you are
reverse.
strategic about
As
it.
I said, like I think that's where a lot of people get really caught up. Like our friend Alan, um, like he's bought like Tudors just straight up, and he doesn't. And to me, those are soft watches that you could have put towards a relationship where you also get Rolexes, Steel Sports, but it's not about how to say, just because the watch is soft doesn't mean you don't want it more.
Of course.
So, so the real challenge is with the soft watches, just hold the fuck up. Don't don't buy those just because you can. You got to wait until your SA is amenable to, like, you know what? Okay, I'd love to get that sale, and here's how I can make that sweet for you. And so that's what people don't want to hear, is that the soft stuff is actually things that are desirable. But I think to a watch collector, the proposition is not that difficult. But I think to someone who's perhaps looking at their very first purchase, it seems how do you say, intolerable or immense. Like the gap between their desire for one particular watch, which is a hype watch or something like that, versus anything else, is like they don't even pay any attention. So like for example, that would be like my attention level for Lange.
Yeah,
like,
you know, I
like it's
mean,
like it would be very, very hard to sell me a Lange, but other people, they know it, they understand it well, they're more well versed in this, in the watch sphere, and they desire the pieces that are desirable. They're just not desired by everyone, you know.
I mean, look, for me, it's very hard, very easy to understand, and not at all hard, because ultimately, I am that kind of collector that you're talking about. All I want is soft watches, basically. All I want are pieces that are no longer sold, completely forgotten. I don't know
Right.
if you were watching when I was talking about the Gérard Janta sport
I saw
chronograph.
that one. Yes. Yeah.
It's like, you know, I would love a piece like that. I know it's kind of like my Type 20, but
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
it's soft enough, especially in a few months. If I can pick one up for 3K, I might just get it, because I like the fact that it's on a rubber strap. I know, you know, in this day and age, there's such great aftermarket rubber straps that you can install basically on any given watch. But
Mm.
that seems just to flow very nicely with the rest of the watch, and is actually made by the manufacturer. So it looks like a great watch to me. I'm sure not many people would agree. I'm sure many people will think it's either tacky, undesirable, unrecognizable, but sometimes it's good to wear a watch that you enjoy, not necessarily to show off to someone, but
Yeah.
to just you know, really revel in your own choice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wonderful watch. I have many watches like that don't go, uh, you know, that are not desirable at all. A lot of my Seikos are like that. Um, some of my
Yeah.
Rolexes are like that. You know, people think that the older Rolexes are like trinkets, like toys. They don't care about them. And I love vintage Rolex. You know,
Yeah.
I don't care if it's not recognized. In fact, I prefer that it's not recognized, because it doesn't turn me into a target in a lot of
Right.
public places.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's different watches for different occasion. I mean, certainly with the Las Vegas watch meetup, and then there was also the show at the Venetian,
Mm.
where they had a lot of watch brand reps come in. That was really good. That happened on Monday, Tuesday, after the people met up. So I hung out with Jamie a lot, and his taste in watches is very different to mine.
Very
Not super
opulent.
different. He does have one Rolex, I think, a bluesy, but it is interesting. What do you think of GP? Like that to me is like, I'm pretty scared of it, because I know TPG was pumping.
For me,
What was it? The Watch Nicholas, the cheapy GPs.
did you I will show you my favorite model by
Mm,
Gérard Paragot, which is you know, not a very new watch. It's a limited edition they produced in various metals in 1999 to celebrate Scuderia Ferrari's championship. For a while, they were the horological supplier to the team. So they have it in titanium, they have it
mm.
in pink gold, yellow gold, and platinum as well, which is my absolute favorite. And
Interesting. I
this
don't
is
I don't associate this with uh,
not at all.
GP at the moment. Yeah, I mean, this
Yeah.
is not what I saw in the cabinet.
So this is a split second chronograph with the additional flashing seconds at 9 o'clock for 1/8 of a second. So that keeps just going.
Yeah,
Footwear.
this has a real charm to it. Very unique compared to anything that I've got. The ones that I see in the cabinet for the GPs are very much sort of, they look like, knockoff sport watches of other brands. It's so they're not unlovable. Certainly not the worst direction, I would say.
Mhm.
It's just they're similar, but not. This actually looks unique enough to be interesting.
Yeah, and it's like a high horological chronograph, right? So
Junior just said that watch looks very cool.
oh yeah. Well, Junior,
Is that
you
one
look
cool?
very cool.
Yeah, that one's a very
Yeah,
cool one.
I
but
mean,
this is not the brand that I was saying was a true shitter, by the way. It's just a brand that I'm less familiar with. The true shitter I won't even mention.
but you see, for example, this is the pink gold version, right? I'm sure it has some room to go further down. They're offering it with its full limited edition box.
Mhm.
Um, with the matching folding clasp,
Mhm.
and it's already under $10,000. So
Mm.
it has some ways to go down, I think, but
Mhm.
already a great deal for this kind of chrono. I mean, for what other brands have a split second chronograph in precious metal with the additional flashing seconds function,
Mhm.
which is really ultimately just a nice visual attraction. Very wearable at 40 millimeters, and
Mhm.
high four figures basically. So it's not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I will mention. Let's talk about Bucherer. Bucherer
Hey,
watches.
sorry, I was looking at the watch, Junior. I didn't see that you were actually on the screen. So nice to see you, man.
Because I mean, I'm not even going to take a look, quite frankly. Like, they seem a little big in some of the examples I saw. They do have complications, but I just scream brick to me. Is it like it's yeah.
I think you're talking about the Manero flyback chronograph, right? Is
I
that
think so, yeah. But I
okay?
mean, more also value wise, and if I decided I truly don't like it, it's not not one that you want to hold on to potentially.
Yeah, look, I mean, even with the GP, right? That
Mhm.
model that I was just showing you, the limited edition from 1999, if you're a Ferrari fan,
Mm.
it's a very discreetly labeled as well. So it doesn't have a giant prancing horse on the dial. Again, it's a Ferrari watch, its historical importance, it's one of not too many. Um, in platinum, it's even more discreet, a little more expensive, but white metal, it just looks like a nice, sporty, but classically designed chronograph.
Mhm.
Um, in precious metal, it's a little flashier, but once again, it really has all the makings of something like I don't want to exaggerate, but like it kind of looks uh, like a Patek with a
Mhm.
little maybe
Yeah.
with a little bit of supplements, right? Kind of like an older Patek that spent a little too much time in the gym.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that's a very good watch, but I wouldn't just go for any uh, GP, any Gerard Perregaux. They
Yeah.
also have a very interesting um, world time chronograph, but that's a big watch as well. That's
But
like
their price
pretty-
range is also pretty high, isn't it?
yeah, they have very cheap watches on the secondary markets, but that's not.
But I
I
mean
think
MSRP, like, it's
I think you said it best, right? These kinds of watches, whether we are talking about Buchera, GP, Breguet, you don't buy these at retail, man. I mean,
Yeah.
you just gotta go on the secondary market. If you really like the watch, uh,
Yeah.
you go onto the secondary market and chase a deal. I mean, this is great, right? A very
Yeah.
functional watch. If you like the two tone, the steel rose gold execution, it has a vintage vibe to it that I really dig.
Mm.
It is an annual calendar, so has this month display at 4:30 and the big dates at 12. So an interesting functionality there in addition to the uh, chronograph, which I think is it? This is not a flyback. No, not that it's a deal breaker, but anyway.
Mm.
So you have the flyback chronograph, annual calendar, classic design. This one is not too big at 41 millimeters. Still too big for my taste, but not exceeding.
The I've seen this in person,
Mhm.
and unless we're talking about, there's another bicompax annual that's bigger, which is also possible. It kind of wears big too. Like
Uh-huh.
it,
Okay.
it's not the worst, but it kind of wears big too. G'day, Professor.
Hi,
Ah,
Professor.
buongiorno.
Hello. Last we spoke, we were
I love
talking
it.
about gold Daytonas, and we're continuing a conversation that started with gold Daytonas.
Yeah, apparently,
You
apparently, Aussie is now unblacklisted
Yeah, I'm
from
off. I'm off the
his
blacklist.
authorized dealer.
I'm off the blacklist.
okay? You wait 6 months and you get probably the entire collection.
That's what I estimate. I just don't have 6 months, though. That's the unfortunate
Ah,
thing.
no,
I've got it.
okay.
I've got a 10-year anniversary in January, and
I, I have a solution for you.
mhm,
Um, by January, whenever your anniversary is, you take
mhm,
your wife uh, on the day of the anniversary to
mhm,
your AD, and you order the watch, both of the watches from them,
mhm.
and that's it. And they will say, yes, sir, because Christmas will be
Bloodbath.
exactly. They will sell
Yeah.
zero watches to zero people, and they will be very desperate because now they're in hopes that before everything crashes, this last Christmas before the crash is going to be you know, the recovery for them or before
Yeah.
anything else. So go in January and order
Just
both
go
of
in
these
January. Just
watches.
ask the same question in January.
Yeah, they will be
I
very
think no, I
happy.
think you're right. I think you're right. Like things are going to hell real quick. I almost got rug pulled yesterday. So I had some Bitcoin and money in FTX exchange here in America, and yeah, they went insolvent in the last 24 hours, basically. But I had some good friends who warned me about some rumors about them being insolvent. I was able to pull my money out. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, this is just crazy times.
Yeah,
Well,
well, I'm sure you unfortunately lost money in that, but in
No,
that
no, no,
trade.
no. I
No,
got my money out. Yeah, I'm good.
no, you got your
hearkening
money. Okay.
hearkening back to our earlier conversations, Professor, where we were saying that a lot of the gray market dealers are wishing for a Christmas miracle. Like you said, in the aftermath of Christmas seems about to be the best time to approach the market for
Mm,
these kinds of deals, and especially the authorized dealers, because, like you said, uh, at this point in time, they're still hoping for a shopping spree of some sort in the holiday season for
yeah.
Christmas. And when we pass through the New Year's Eve and they realize that that kind of lavish purchases in luxury goods are not coming through, there will be a new dip in the markets in January. So I don't know how early in January your anniversary is, and you don't need to tell us here,
Yeah.
of course.
No, Ozzy,
It's a-
it's
But
very
it's important.
simple. It's very simple. You walk in there, you go now and tell them, take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. I want both of these watches. Okay, January might not be the case, but you take your wife and say, which one do you want? For sure, by March, at the most, you will have both watches in any configuration you want. There is substantial
I have no doubt
downside.
too.
Yeah.
I've said it. I've warned a long time people buying like the precious metal pieces, because the truth is, many stories about people getting PPP loans in 2020, 2021, just going and grabbing gold. And like every single salesperson you talk to will say, oh, we always had trouble selling precious metal. And then all of a sudden during COVID, it's like, it's all precious metal. That's what it's all about. Because they're just offloading money that they had to offload. They couldn't have it lying in their bank accounts, because then they couldn't justify getting further loans and stuff like that. So and then because there was a gray market thing, people think, oh, there's real demand for this stuff. It's like, no, there was just people who had literally too much money, and now you're just chasing it as if it's desirable. Now, I'm not denying there's some desirability. It's just it was not sustained, not like that. If you look at your Swiss watch federation, I think, the where they put all the stats
Yeah, it's
for the
it's
industry,
going down.
it's just a steady decline on the precious
Yes.
metal stuff. It's not, yeah.
No, and just to give you an example, and if you have problems with your authorized dealer, I'll put you in touch with several people here. They would love to have you as a customer. But I went yesterday to my friend, um, and I said to her, "Oh, I'm acting on the behest of another friend." You know, it was a joke, but I said I am really into the day date or the Gold Submariner. She says, you, uh, Professor, you should get the blue one. I said, yes, this is a consensus view of the Lordship. Um, she said, listen, come by next Monday and I'll have all the watches for you lined up. So they have plenty of stock. Give it another 2 months, and as you see, stock markets, economy is going to dictate that all these things are going to appear, with some exceptions like the Pepsi here and there, the deep sea challenge here and there, the Daytona, black, white, whatever, these will
Yeah.
command a little bit of a premium, but you will easily get them. And I was telling Lloyd yesterday after we went offline that for somebody who is looking for just one watch, if they wait 4 or 5 months, 6 months, they will pick up the Daytona, the white one, for 20 something, 25, 24.
Yeah.
It will be around there,
Yeah.
and so, and they shouldn't go through this lineup of buying garbage to end up buying a Daytona. And unfortunately, just go buy it in the secondary market and enjoy the watch. But if you're into collecting like yourself, this is actually the perfect storm. This is the time when you walk in and you do have price power. You will be able to dictate. So do it as a test, Ozzy. Go to your authorized dealer and say, listen, I'm gonna order these two watches. This is the situation. I have an anniversary coming up. Um, I have a few options. I'm very loyal to you, as you have been to me. But listen, I know what's going on in the market. Everything is falling apart. So two gold Daytonas I think you can deliver. If you cannot deliver, it's okay. I'll find a solution because I have a 10-year very important anniversary, and be very honest about it. I bet you in less than 2 days they're gonna call you back and say, "Look, we'll try our best." You know why? Because they will source the watch from other dealers. They're not gonna wait for this consignment. This is bullshit. They
Yeah,
will go and
it's true.
source it from other authorized dealers, and they'll say, "Look, we have a crazy guy who wants to buy a crazy watch." Okay, they won't say two pieces. They'll protect themselves and say one piece. Let's share the profit between you and us because we can't find crazy people like that anymore. So we'll go and get it for you. They'll get it for you. And then they won't say that they did a deal with another authorized dealer. This is how it used to be, right? This is how the diamond market works. Hey, Shlomo in New York, I got this crazy guy. He wants 5 carat diamond. Okay, don't worry, we'll do the deal.
Yeah,
You have a
yeah.
lot of power, Ozzy. Believe
Yeah,
you me, if
I was pretty direct today.
you can
The
even get a
answer was
discount. You can even
just
get it, but
yeah.
5% discount.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
pretty direct today. The answer was basically I could get one, but probably not two. But
No,
you know
two.
what?
Tell them
As
by
of yesterday,
Thanksgiving
yeah.
they'll give you a turkey for free.
As of yesterday, I was told that I would probably I'm blacklisted from GMTs and Daytonas
Did
for
I
No,
another
no.
year and a half.
did
So
I
like
tell you guys that
gone
that
now.
story? By the way, speaking of turkey for free, I was fighting in an amateur meet here for a few years ago for boxing in East Los Angeles, and their tradition was to give each participant a whole turkey for free. So I mean, not only was I a vegan, I also uh, wasn't in need of it. So I
Mm,
ended up donating it to a family who perhaps wasn't as fortunate enough. But I love that tradition. I don't know
mm,
if it is on this year. I think in the post pandemic they probably have brought it back already. But I'm far from fighting weight, so I can't
mhm.
actually do it this year. But that's a great
I almost
great
won a
occasion.
turkey shooting. There was
Oh yeah,
I came by the slimmest of margin second. And it was and that was the closest I ever came to winning a match outright. Because we're talking like 100 participants. You know what I mean? It's like winning a poker tournament at
yeah,
that
yeah.
sort of. Well, actually, poker's got a lot more luck involved. Like you don't get lucky and end up winning a shooting tournament. So yeah, I was very, very close to winning that chicken. And I looked at the scores because all electronically updated, and it showed me as the winner. And I was like, I'm just waiting for them to out. They announced someone else. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? And apparently their tablet had only just been handed in, and I didn't see their scores weren't updated yet. I was like, oh fuck. I was so disappointed.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Oh man.
But yeah, you're right. You're right, Professor. I mean, I think things are rapidly changing. I mean, with the whole FTX thing, like crypto's in some serious trouble all over again. Like that's just not a scare that crypto needed. An entire exchange going insolvent, and like SBF, Bankman Fried, he's he's been like a huge guy. I mean, he was potentially going to be deeply involved in the Twitter acquisition as well. Like now all of a sudden he's broke, I guess.
Is he broke?
Well, they agreed to liquidate FTX to Binance. Um, it's unclear what the terms are. I mean, the value of FTX is basically in the toilet. They have no users. I mean, who would want to trade on that platform again, knowing who knows whether or not they're solvent? There's no value left. So how much money is he going to get for it is basically zero. So basically, what happened was he owned an exchange, FTX, and then he also owned a trading firm, a crypto trading firm, Alameda, and it seems like they loaned out funds from the exchange from client money to Alameda, but Alameda was showing a balance sheet of like 14 billion, but someone leaked what the balance sheet actually was, and it was basically FTX. So there's a circular dependency happening, and people said like, okay, so if FTX gets into trouble, their liquidity source is Alameda, and so if you eliminate FTX from Alameda's balance sheet, they're negative, so there isn't enough liquidity there to make everyone whole, and so that's how it ended up. So there's a bank run. I was involved in that bank run, as in I pulled money out too, because I was like, I don't know, I don't need to keep my Bitcoin on here. I can keep that offline. And yeah, sure enough, within like between the time that Alameda's balance sheet was leaked to the time that they had to sell to Binance because they were insolvent was about 20, just over 24 hours. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
And this was this was the number 2 exchange in America. Like it's very, very highly regulated. It's sort of like Coinbase and FTX are the 2 sort of retail level exchanges for crypto here in America. And I personally actually liked FTX more. I spent most of my time with Coinbase, but FTX had better rates, better interfaces, were typically faster. But yeah, they screwed up. They screwed it all up.
Hmm.
Oh,
Well,
gee.
it's okay. I'm still optimistic about some of the uh, original cryptos, the Bitcoins and
Oh yeah, sure.
Ethereums.
Yeah. I long term, I have very little issue with it. I mean, when I say
Yeah,
I exited, I pulled out Bitcoin. I didn't convert to cash and try to pull out cash. I I pulled Bitcoin directly. I'll keep the Bitcoin. I just don't need to keep it on the exchange.
yeah. I'm a big believer also in crypto, but for the original 2 or 3, I mean, I'm invested in Bitcoin long time now.
Yeah.
Went from 2012.
Oh wow. Yeah, I was playing around with it in 2014. Um, so yeah, I've got some pretty old holdings for sure.
But I don't have a millionaire's account. I just, I got 2 of each.
Well, not many people have have a lot of value left anymore. It's still
I think that
good if you
it's
bought
because they
back in those
panicked.
days.
A lot of people panicked, Ozzy, and that's
Yeah,
what happens. That's when they really lose money. People don't understand that they lose money when they panic and they start selling when
yeah,
they should be actually holding, or if they dare, buy. But this is not the time to be selling. I mean, whoever tells me they're selling stocks when watches, they're stupid.
yeah,
They should
yeah. You
just,
got to be. It's painful, Professor. It's very, very painful. I don't know. I tell my wife, it's like we just keep putting money in and it keeps losing money, but this is how you do it,
you
quote
hold.
unquote. This is
You,
how you
you,
do it.
well, you, yeah, this is how you do it. And the other thing is you don't invest on margin. That's the big
Right.
advice I would offer for free to the 6 viewers we have, or 7 or 10, is that don't invest your money on the basis of borrowing. If you
Mm,
do that, you're stupid. Just invest your money, and then if it does go down, I mean, okay, hold it, hold on
mm.
to it. Things
Yeah,
recover. They take a long time, but
good
they
time
will eventually
horizons.
recover. They will. Yeah, they will.
Yeah, and faster than real estate. Like last time around, it was from like 2006 peak to 2011 bottom for real estate. That's a long time. That's very, very painful.
Not
Well,
only
the
that,
recovery for stocks was slow, but it wasn't. wasn't 5 years slow.
No, the other thing was if people forget, and I'm sorry, we're not offering investment advice, but I've done it for so long that I can share a few things, is that real estate is not as liquid as people think. So if you try
Oh,
and
it's
buy
not
and
at all.
sell a house, yeah,
It's
if
not
you
at
try and
all.
sell a house now, you're not going
No,
to find anybody.
no. There's about 4 houses on my block. 2 of them are approaching 100 days on the market with about 3 or 4 price decreases along the way. Yeah, if you need to actually sell a house right now, you need to go in and take a good haircut, because especially in Las Vegas, there's no reason for someone to fall in love with your house. They're all cookie cutter. This floor plan here with this exact same fittings, like if you see like any of my videos and you think you can figure out where I live, I was like, sorry to say, but every 4th house in Las Vegas on this side of town looks like this. It's almost exactly the same. So there's no reason for someone like, oh, we got to get that one because that's the one that I love. It's like, well, there's another 2 on sale right now. You just go over there. That one's got a better backyard, and that one's got a swimming pool. Which one do you like? Which one do you prefer?
Yeah, no. I think, look, it's I'm not, and I think we've said it before. I don't believe in doomsday scenarios. Things are bad, but they're not gonna. If they crash, if they do really, really crash, and that's it for the world economy, you will have social unrest.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, in your fair country, um, you guys are in the US. So if you add politics into the economics and you mix them, you're going to end up with a lot of armed citizens going out. And I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think this is going to happen. But we are in the middle of the storm, and people
Super
panic.
chat.
Oh,
Sorry to interrupt. Shamba Basher, thank you so much for £1.79. When you buy Bitcoin, when it's 9K, he says.
Well, it's 9K. Well, honestly, like
9K, 10K.
outside of very specific time periods, it's always been good to buy Bitcoin. Almost always, like 99% of Bitcoin's life, it was a good time to buy. Like, I mean, even now, 18.7, I think it's at the moment. Most of Bitcoin's life has been under 18.7. Most people who have bought, as long as you bought, clearly not in the last year, but, it's as long as you've held for more than a year, you're probably still in profit. And if you've held for more than 1 year, you're probably still in a lot of profit. If you've held on for 3 years, you're in outrageous profit territory, even today. So we're not talking about having waited 6, 7, 10 years, 10 years being the main time horizon for stocks, maybe 15 years for real estate. Yeah, it's there's been no other asset that has performed better than Bitcoin, I'd say, even today, even with today's price. What do you think, Professor?
Yeah,
Is there
I
any
agree.
It's hyperbole, except also true.
No, but I mean, if it goes to 9, yeah, it could go to 9. I don't know. I cannot predict where it will go, but given the situation of equities in the US, where they have gone down by, not the index, but most stocks 30, 40, 50%, and in the tech world, 60, 70%. Bitcoin has stayed at this 18 to 21 range. Now, it could go to 15, but yeah, had you bought at 50,000 and 60,000 and 40,000, you're losing half of your money. But
Yeah.
I'm not expecting that these platforms will disappear, at least for the 2 big ones. Now, it could be wishful thinking from my part, but the numbers show me that, yes, they have gone down. Ethereum from 4,000 down to 1,300 and all of that, but it's not at 10. It's not a penny stock.
Yeah, and
right?
Ethereum 2 years ago, I think, was about 150. So it's still 10x, almost 10x. The issue of crypto is it's just so volatile that it's hard for anyone to stomach. And so if this isn't your first rodeo handling volatile assets, I'd suggest you stay away. You're not going to survive. It's really that. So you're not going to survive. You're not going to be able to stomach the downswings, and then you're going to sell at amazing losses. My recommendation is try to aim for 5% of your total net worth at most, being some sort of alternative asset like crypto, but it doesn't have to be the only alternative asset. But you dollar cost average in, you try and ride the volatility wave by just having regular input, and that's one of the things you can't do with real estate. You can't sit there and say, I'm going to try ride out the volatility by having regular buys and try to slowly move into the market and even it all out, because you have to buy an entire house at a time. You can't say, I want to buy a little bit of the house today, a little bit of the house the next week, a little bit of the house a week later, and you just don't get that option. You don't get to ride the average. You have to pick, your entry point, unfortunately. But with every other type of security, you can just say, I want this much exposure, and choose your exposure rather than worrying so much about the price.
Yeah, I'm personally, I believe greatly in Bitcoin and with it Ethereum. And if you look at how far they have gone down versus, the claims that they will disappear, it will be a joke, it's crashing and burning. I think all the alternative platforms have crashed, and I think that's where the frothiness existed.
Right.
Unfortunately, with all the cryptos, the dog coin, my coin, your coin, we can call it Aussie coin, Lord coin. People got into it only because they took Bitcoin and Ethereum as the platform, saying, okay, how many times will it go up? 5 times, 6 times? Ethereum, Bitcoin, 2, 3, 4 times? 5? Well, with Dogecoin, it's 0, and it could go like a Bitcoin, and I'll make 3,000,000%. So everybody got into that bandwagon. And unfortunately, that's where most people lost money. I have a friend who put all his savings into these funny cryptos I've never heard of. And he was
Yeah.
buying them and making money initially. And then,
Yeah.
everything collapsed. And
I've got a friend who's absolutely sick. He's complete degenerate. Like he'd be put like $300,000 into Shiba Inu
yeah,
and doubled it. I'm just like, that's just ridiculous. Like I'm not shocked that I'm not amazed by doubling your money. I'm amazed that you would be that sick to put that much money in something so ridiculous. It's just like, I'm alarm bells are just like, you keep making plays like that. You think that was good? It's like, okay, it's not going to be long until you find something that is able to just
Ozzy,
wreck your money.
this is a good example. I mean, I got into it. Bitcoin, I got into it. I bought 2 of these. But Ethereum, I bought more. But I studied it for about 6 months, along with somebody else who um, is he's in the market, and he's a CFA, and he's managing money and a lot of money. I trust him more than I trust myself. So we studied this for a long period of time, and we said, okay, let's put some money into Ethereum. And that's how we did it. But I was convinced of the idea. Most of the people are into herd mentality. I need to buy the Daytona because I heard it's a best investment. Well, okay, great. Oh, I heard Patek Philippe Nautilus. Yes, it's the same thing. It's this noise. And unfortunately, people look at others, especially the media, which do a lot of disservice. So when you listen to some of these big guys, going out, whether it's on CNBC or on the channels, and they talk about how wealthy they are, how quickly they became wealthy. I have another example.
Well,
of
Sam
a-
Bankman-Fried. Sam Bankman-Fried. He's probably wealthiest
Yeah.
guy in crypto, multi-billionaire over the course of like 2 years, and he's probably broke now. He's probably just straight up broke. Sorry, I got to go. I got some family stuff going on.
Okay.
No
Okay.
worries.
Great to see you.
Lovely
Great
to talk
see
to you again.
Take care, Ozzy.
Oh, a Shamba Basher. When I say 5%, that's your target exposure. How you get there, I would account for luxury problems. So just say I'm gonna get there by putting 1% of my net worth spread out over 1 year. So by the end of the year, I'm gonna have 1% in X, right? The luxury problem will be it 10x's, and then all of a sudden it's 10% of your portfolio, right? So you really don't have to aim for that 5%. You aim for 1%, and then maybe the value increase solves the rest of the 4% for you. All right, catch you later.
Take care, Ozzy. Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping by. And thanks for updating us on your AD situation. I'm glad it's working in your favor, even though maybe not to the extent that you wish for. But as the professor said, come next year, things might look even more different. And I hope you get what you want in time for your big anniversary. Yeah, in the meantime, Professor, how have you been since yesterday?
Since yesterday. Good, good, good. I went to see my publisher.
Oh, that's true. And how did that go?
Oh, they had a meeting, the university publishing house, and they agreed to publish my series.
That's great. That's great because you were saying that they were gonna report to you on the board meeting.
Yeah,
When
they
you meet with
accepted
your
it.
publisher. Great.
Yes, more
Fantastic.
books, more books. Nobody reads. I'll write, but nobody will read.
That's okay. I mean, if as long as you get it off your chest and
Yeah,
you get
and,
some recognition for it, whether in respect or the cold hard cash, it's all good. Not sure how much money there is in academic publishing, even at the highest, most ratified realm, but
zero,
yeah.
close to zero. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, that's not very good.
Yeah, well, I think being a YouTuber makes more money than if you are in academic publishing.
Not so much. I was actually not not to say not to be ungrateful, right? I was just thinking earlier today what I have been able to do
Hmm.
with the channel since basically working on it from February 2022 onwards. I'm with money I made from the channel, through the channel, including since monetization, I can pay for StreamYard. I can pay for more equipment. I can maybe also pay for coffee and maybe food delivery once or twice, or eating out once a week. So it's like
Okay.
a kind of allowance. It's not as lucrative as it seems, which in the immortal words of Archie Luxury, send money now because I'm broke.
Yeah. Send money.
No, no,
Send money to
I
the
mean,
Lord.
joking aside, it's I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to be able to give back to the community as much as I take from it, if not more. this channel exists to be a platform for exchanging knowledge and passion on wristwatches. And as long as it sustains itself, it's not going to go anywhere. But I don't want to give anyone the impression that I'm actually making bank and somehow are getting to the level where I can do this as a full-time job. One day, that is my goal, but that's not something I foresee before 2024. That's my goal, ultimately. 2024, this will be not only self-sustaining, but something that helps me pay rent, that puts some money in my pocket, which means since it's my passion, I can let go of everything else in my life and just focus on this. And if that comes earlier, by all means, I never fail to seize on an opportunity, but I am taking my time and I'm more interested in putting in as much work as I can until the right moment comes. But we have a very nice celebratory stream coming up on November the 18th, a Friday, for me. Sunday morning. I will go very long on that day for those across the pond. So that will be to celebrate us reaching 1,000 subscribers here on YouTube. Again, 1,000 followers and more. We have been adding to it both on Instagram and here. That will be to celebrate my birthday as well. And I'm very excited about that.
We need more drama.
Shamba,
More drama.
no on drama, yes on women. I have
No drama.
I have
More.
a New York trip coming up. I have an East Coast trip coming up, as you know, and I'll be there for a few weeks actually. So I will have
a lot of women.
I will have certainly live streams that include women who are interested in watches, who have watch collections themselves, and who are in the business as well. So that will be interesting.
This is great. Can you introduce me to your friends as well? Your women friends?
Depends on your intentions, Professor. If they are pure, yes.
Pure. I mean, pure. Of course. Of course. Why not? If they're into watches, at least we'll talk about watches. If anything goes further than that, we leave it to chance and life.
Miguel Baltazar asks, what's the retail of the entry-level FP Jaune? The entry-level FP Jaune, I'm sorry. Miguel, 1 second. The irony, Miguel, let me just preface it with this. With a lot of elite watch brands, is that their entry-level watches, once they become recognized, actually end up their most popular watch. That happened with the stainless steel sports watches by such brands as Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, and Audemars Piguet. And that happened with FP Jaune once the mainstream spotlight was shown on it. And on the secondary markets, the chronomètre bleu, which is the simple time-only with small seconds on a subsidiary dial off center. This is the watch. Beautiful tantalum case that has this distinctive grayish blue tint to it. So it goes with the whole theme. The watch is, of course, a chronometer. So it's simple, but it's a very good distillation of FP Jaune's, François Paul Jaune's watchmaking art. And as far as I know, the list price should be these days, I think it's like 38,000 or something, the list price, somewhere between $36,000 and $38,000 in the US. But on the secondary markets, it sells for 3 times that, almost. I'm exaggerating, 2.5 times that. I've seen it anywhere from $80 to $85, $90 and up. So yeah, that's the paradox of many of the most exclusive, most elite watchmakers today, whether we are talking about established brands like the so-called Big Four, or like F. Bejon, which is one of the, of course, most popular and most widely recognized independent watchmakers. So Chronomètre Bleu happens to be actually trending higher, for example, than the Chronomètre Souverain, which is technically, you know, I don't want to say superior necessarily, but a more tricked out version of Chronomètre Bleu, right? In the sense that it has the power reserve and some very distinctive dial layouts, as well as some special editions which do trend for a little more. Like, for example, the Havana is, of course, another hot model. Technically, you can say Chronomètre Souverain, which runs on the same movements, is also the entry level of F. Bejon, offered either in platinum or rose gold cases, but that's also on the secondary market, trending around the same price range, if not a little less. So that's the paradox. Y2K, hey man, lovely to see you. Hey, anything positive that I hear from you is a blessing to me. So thank you. I appreciate you, Y2K. I would love to see you on my channel at some point. I know when I do my broadcasts, you are usually at work, so I completely understand. But if it ever happens, please know that you don't need any special invitation. You are very special to me, and you don't need to announce that you're coming to the channel in advance. Just click the link and jump on, please. Right. So you're talking basically about 40K, you know, out of the door if you were able to secure a Chronomètre Bleu at retail. But as far as I know, F. Bejon doesn't sell Chronomètre Bleu to first-time customers anymore. I think you have to get 3 pieces from them before you qualify for that purchase. So Miguel says you're only, well, then you're talking about $85,000. That doesn't sound like entry level, does it? Really? I mean, look, I do admire F. Bejon from a distance. I really appreciate its the way that F. Bejon acts as really someone who carries the baton of traditional watchmaking with a very inventive and personal spin into the 21st century, right? If we had Abraham Louis Breguet in the 19th century, if we had George Daniels in the 20th century, you might say early 21st century as an independent watchmaker belongs to F. Bejon in a way. But then again, I think the way they trend on the secondary market for a buyer, seems unconscionable to me, unjustifiable as a purchase. Again, not to say that those are not great watches, but I think they are too expensive for what they are for the most part.
Lord,
Yes, sir.
would you agree that it's a hyped watch?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And sometimes people think that I'm only saying that, I'm only using that phrase to bash something. Absolutely not. My favorite design of all time, that I don't also have in my collection, the Royal Oak, is a hype watch. But I would love an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. I have so many different models that I enjoy. Of course, I would love a jumbo, but I would take a mid-size, older, neo vintage model as well. Nautilus, it's a hype watch. Daytona, it's a hype watch. I love the Daytona, right? I used to be a person who didn't like chronographs that much. But then again, once I made peace with the fact that they come in so many different shapes and sizes and configurations, I started finding a lot that appeals to me from Breguet, from Hoya, from obviously Rolex in terms of pre-Daytona chronographs and the Daytona itself. So the whole world is an oyster when it comes to these models. I love some of them, but that doesn't mean the current market price is justifiable for most of them. So FP Jaune is the greatest example of a hype watch. The horological value is there. The market value is a little unreasonable to me.
My wife says hello to you, Lord, and she's asking. She says, how on earth, what do you find to discuss each morning with Lord and his audience? What on earth are you discussing each day?
Madame Professor,
Madame Professor.
I just stroke my beard a little bit before the broadcast, and the rest comes naturally. So we find something to talk about.
I do. Yeah, we do. Yeah. She still says, I don't know what you find, guys, and you discuss. Well, here we have a discussion on the issue of, we had Aussie before, and we had now the gentleman about the F. Peugeot, and everything else that comes and goes.
Well, at least now that she has seen you talking to me, at least she doesn't suspect that you are cheating on her.
Yet.
But I mean, look, there are of course nuances, right? You should ask her. You should sit down and have a discussion. Is this emotional cheating? That you spend so much time talking about watches online.
Yeah, even my son says, Dad, you wake up at 5 a.m. and you talk to this guy, Lord. Are you talking to God? I say, yes, he is my God. Lord is my God. You're very famous in the family here, Lord.
I appreciate
my daughter,
that.
She wakes up thinking about Girard Perregaux, Audemars, Vacheron, Rolex. I think at the end, the kids are going to be working in the Swiss watch industry. You're going to be the cause of all this.
That's not good influence. But I wish my own family thought so much about me.
Why? It's great. It's great. This is a beautiful industry, and that's why we're here. It's a beautiful industry. I know nothing about cars, but it's all about humanity and the personal influence. I always say to people, they tell me, I have a friend, he bought an Apple Watch, an iWatch, and I said to him, why on earth did you replace your Submariner? You had a beautiful Submariner, 1980s, aluminum bezel, and he gave it up. I said, why are you wearing this? He said, well, my doctor said that it will be predicting my heart attack. I
That's
said,
great.
okay, this is great. Well, wear it on the
Great.
right, and on the left, just wear your sub. You are a gentleman of importance, of recognition, of
Oh my God.
why are you wearing this piece of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh. When I talk about mechanical watches, and even for some quartz pieces, I have a lot of love for so many different brands, so many different kinds of watches, but I can't in good conscience talk at all about Apple Watch and about smartwatches here. It's to me it not only bores me to death, but also depresses me. Simply, I don't even look. I take care of myself. I try to get ahead of potential health problems. But how on earth could you think it's a good thing that your watch tells you that you might be having a heart attack? How on earth would you think that it's a good thing that the watch tells you that you have 257 unread email messages? How on earth would you think that taking messages on your wrist at all times is something positive? It boggles my mind. I have
Or now phone calls. You
no
take
words.
phone calls. You take phone calls and you speak like this. You add your earphones and you're walking and you're paying and you're doing, and where is our humanity? I mean, it's gone. It's gone. And in your on your wrist, you're wearing a human miracle. You know, it is a miracle. Mechanical watch is a human miracle, right? It's like a little car, and that's how I see it. And the car is a miracle. It's a human endeavor. It has been created by humans. Fine. The fine tuning is robots and all of that, and
Sure.
I get it. But it is it's what makes us human versus wear the watch and all the time be on the go, and I'm talking to the moon, to the earth, to the stock markets, to guys,
Well,
life is short.
earlier, when I was discussing the auction results, I actually paid particular attention to the single owner auction that Christie's had on the 6th that I had previewed. And we made the educated guess at that time, weeks and weeks ago, that this was the collection of the former Ferrari team principal, Jean Todt.
Mm.
And of course it was, and it was a very successful sale. There were so many watches that you could call hype watches, all these very special Richard Milles and F.P. Jones and Alain Gonzones and Audemars Piguets and Rolexes,
Mm.
everything. And the F.P. Jones were thoroughly record breaking at the end. One of them, well, two of them back to back broke the record for the most expensive F.P. Jones wristwatch to be sold in a public auction. But what was to me most
Wow.
exceptional and most rewarding about this particular auction was the fact that I managed to discover through it that there were so many watches that were personal gifts from Michael Schumacher to Jean Todt,
Ah.
inscribed on the back, uh, personalized rotor on the F.P. Jones automatic ones, saying, from Michael to Jean Todt, and all these uh, marks of the 5 championships that they won together, and everything else. So for me, that was like, wow, these people didn't only work as a team when they were dominating the sport, but they
Mm.
actually cared about each other, that they went out and bought these lavish gifts, but not in a thoughtless and want-on manner, but in a way that they made a special order, had it properly customized down to the rotor of the watch, which carries the the 5 emblems of his 5 championships. For example, I will show you that particular FP jaune, or one of them rather, because all the automatic ones actually have that personalized rotor. So, for example, this is the octa chronograph that first of all has the initials JT at 6 o'clock there, right, for Jean Todt. And then on the back, you have the rotor. It says, from Michael to Jean Todt, Merry Christmas. His signature, the 5 championship titles, and the Scuderia Ferrari logo. So for me, it was like, wow, look at the personal and fraternal investment in each other's success that had made them memorialize their friendship, commemorate their success, set in stone their relationship through these very valuable, meaningful, and special timepieces. To me, this is what makes watches so special, not necessarily because they might end up selling for $1 million, but the fact that they become the vessel of very emotional human relationship. Or the one of 3 FP jaune Centigraph Souverain that's in Ferrari red and made only in 3 examples. One that is sold here belonging to Jean Todt, a second one for Michael Schumacher, and the third one for François Paul Jean himself. And the urban myth is that the Ferrari red for the dial was actually provided by Jean Todt himself, just so they got it exactly right. Just so they nailed down that Ferrari red shade on the dial color.
Wow. Okay. It's a very nice story. And of course, I think, Lord, one point to be made here is that all of this can be replicated in more accessible and affordable pieces. They can still be personalized, cheaper pieces. They don't have to be 60, 100, 2 million, 3 million. You can still personalize and do all this for your friends and relatives and so forth.
That's why I sometimes, I feel like $1 million today because finally, after some shipping troubles, I got my personal Seiko out of that series.
Oh, nice.
And of course, it has that double branding, rowing blazers at 6 o'clock.
Beautiful.
And it's in a shade of blue that I really like. That represents my alma mater for me. And yeah, the exhibition case back, of course, robs me from the opportunity of memorializing it in the same way. But we were talking earlier about how we might end up getting two Tudor Black Bay 58s, right? That could be nice. That's not necessarily a cheap watch, but that's a meaningful enough investment and has a beautiful case back that can be customized, that can be engraved, and that can mark a very special occasion. And like you said, that can be done in any watch. That's why an entire generation of people loved their reversos, right? Because it could just
Exactly.
flip over and showcase that inscription as well in a much more easier manner than a traditional wristwatch.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that was amazing. Really, that was nice to see, because once again, I always, even though I was always, kind of of two minds or of two hearts about Michael Schumacher, as much as I loved him, I also always had a certain bitterness about it, because Ayrton Senna was my actual idol when I was growing up. Um, but I've always admired their success from a distance, and I never realized that came necessarily with a grounded, successful, and committed human relationship as well. Because having existed in a professional setting already for a couple of decades, I know that you don't necessarily have to love your colleague, or even enjoy their company in the slightest, to enjoy some professional success, possibly even together. But it's even better, right? When that professional success and achievement is accompanied by something larger than that, something more meaningful than that, something more human than just that material achievement. Fries is here on a business trip, wearing his pre-moon Omega Speedmaster with the legendary 321 caliber. Lovely. He has a great collection that I really, really appreciate, because it's very thoughtful. It's very much based on iconic vintage sports watches, mostly from the 60s. Wonderful pieces. He also um, has a few unusual suspects as well, which I hope he will share more with us over time. So, what's on your mind, Professor, today? Is there something you wanted to talk about?
No.
No. Okay, let's go then back to the Christie's auction. This time, the rare watches one, which was on November 7th.
Oh,
And
by the
this
way,
one,
I looked at these watches you had, the Rolex ones that were sold, the OPs.
yes,
Crazy prices. How did
yes,
they
sir.
get 22,000 for these um, colors, and then 52 for the turquoise? I mean, this is not even the going price in the secondary market, brand
No,
new.
but some people just want to spend the weekend in Geneva and spend lavishly while they're at it.
Oh,
I
okay.
think a lot of
That's
times this is
okay.
just the cost of doing business for people. They come to bid. I mean, let me put it like this, right?
Hmm.
Without confusing too much. And I keep beating this drum. If you are just the average person who wants to get a watch, and if that's a hype watch, you do not buy it in auction, because in these sorts of auction, the curation overall is so strong that you have a lot of high rollers in the room who are going after 100,000, $250,000, $1 million watches, where they don't necessarily mind overpaying, even by an order of multitudes, um, on a 10K, 20K, 30K watch, right? Just to put it in context again, to understand what is hype and what is not. By all rights, Lot 20 should be a very desirable watch. A Daytona in white metal, in this case 18 karat full gold, on a matching bracelet with a meteorite dial, 116509. It sold for 44,100 before the buyer's premium. I'm not saying it's a steal, but this seems to be an entirely reasonable price these days on the secondary market for a precious metal Daytona on a full bracelet, especially because it has a meteorite dial, right? Because it's more rare, for that reason, more aspirational and more desirable. Now let's roll back from what was lot 20 to lot 4. OP41 in turquoise dial. That one sold for 52,920. So explain to me, again, no offense to those people who like an OP41. I think it's a perfectly fine watch. Not for this price, though.
No.
How is this? Like, is lot 20, the white gold Daytona with a meteorite dial, a lesser watch than
No.
this? So do not buy a hype watch from an auction, especially in an auction on a weekend in Geneva, where
By the way, the
you are
three colors,
competing with, when you're competing with billionaires. Sorry, go ahead, Professor.
the three colors you have there, the OPs, were sold for the same price, so it went to the same buyer, for sure.
Yeah, the two of them went for 21,420, and then the first one, which is the coral red, went for 25,200. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure the two or the three went to the same one in the 52, and it could be the company buying itself. Do not think that they don't do it as well to maintain, the aura.
Very possible. But in either case, imagine, let's put it also this way, right? We were talking about those $1 million FP Jones in the previous auction, right? Where back to back, two FP Jones broke the record of being the most expensive to be sold on a public auction. So you had one for 1.9 and one for more than 3 million. So you are in the same room with those kinds of people. Do you think they care about paying 50K rather than 35K for a watch?
No.
So that's why I keep saying, like, if you are here for your enthusiasm, for your passion of wristwatches, and you are not working with a bottomless pit, we all have budgets, no matter how fortunate we might be in terms of our economic status and ability. You just remain patient. You wait for the right moment in the market, which is not now when it comes to a lot of these pieces, which is even going to be better when it comes to pieces that have already been dipping for 20, 30, 40%, up to 50% down in terms of their going price. We just keep waiting until the first quarter, say around February of 2023. And then we can maybe make another kind of forecast. But I think until then, the prices on most watches on the secondary market will continue to trend down.
Yeah.
because you see also again, here's a piece, because it's bought from an auction and there's buyer's premium involved, it's not necessarily a steal either, but you would know this is like an aficionados and collectors watch, right?
Yeah.
The Explorer 2 with the cream dial, because as always, Rolex came out with something defective and faulty, and the way it aged somehow made it more desirable at the end and more collectible ultimately. And these always go at a premium, and I've seen them at the highest point of the market sell for even near $30,000. Here, again, among all those hype watches that are perhaps much more desirable, no one paid much attention to this, and it went for 22,680. Now, of course, that's a lot of money for an Explorer 2. But since these are extremely rare from that transitional reference 16550, not 16570, they will always be collectible. So if you are getting something like this for the next 20 years or just to wear around, this was fine. But not with a buyer's premium, probably. Probably you can find something like this for 20. But it didn't go into the stratosphere, you see? So there are always watches that, even in these kinds of auctions, present a certain target of opportunity, but still not necessarily the best deal you can find on the market. Yeah, because overall, you see, it's not actually unreasonable when you go onto certain pieces. Oh, this is amazing. Lemon dial gold Newman, reference 6263, on this riveted oyster bracelet, all in 18 karat yellow gold, and it actually went for 3.4 million Swiss francs. So when you're in the same room with the person who bought this watch, or who was part of the bidding war for this watch, you don't bid for watches that you can get for less elsewhere, even on the secondary market.
Very nice. Ozzy should get this one.
Well, I mean, I know he has an appreciation, at least from a distance, for vintage Daytonas and even neo vintage stuff with the Zenith movement as well. But yeah, I'm sure he would love something like this. Of course, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? It's nice to dream sometimes.
Oh, it's always nice.
113, for example. This is like perfection.
Oh,
right?
This is the one. Wow.
6265 in classic so-called panda dial configuration. Black subdials against that silvered dial. Stainless steel tachometer bezel. Full oyster bracelet. The case itself is, of course, previously polished, but still seems to have a lot of life left in it. Comes with box and papers, seemingly. from the original owner, apparently. Big red with that distinctive larger font in the red Daytona writing on the dial. What a beautiful, beautiful piece of work. Yeah. So that went for $75,600. And for an absolute classic that comes damn near as a full set, that doesn't seem outrageous. But hey, this is the market. This is the market indeed. Of course, this is a hand-wound piece with a caliber based on Varjo 72 beating inside it. It took roughly another 4 years for Rolex to finally introduce a Daytona with an integrated automatic chronograph movement. And that was the Zenith El Primero caliber 400, which Rolex assembled and built as caliber 4030. And that was the 16520 reference in stainless steel that we today remember as the Zenith Daytona. This is before that, roughly from year 1984, lot 113, a Daytona reference 6265 sold for $75,600. Hey, Bruce G. Nice to see you. And Jake Brooks says, 1 day for 60. Hey, look, if you can live with a naked watch, which is to say just the watch, none of the accoutrement, none of the boxes or papers, you can still find one in good condition, probably for a little less than this. Not necessarily for 60, but with the way the hype is going in the markets, slowly but surely going towards either extremely rare Daytonas or more modern hype watches by very exclusive independent watchmakers. I think there is room for getting better deals on vintage Rolexes that are not extremely limited in number, that belong to these kinds of transitional references, that are in and of themselves not that desirable. I mean, again, not to you or me. We're talking about the general market. I think reference 6265 is a brilliant reference. The so-called Big Red is an amazing watch, and I think it can correct a little more. I think it can go down a little more. I don't think it will come much further down, but it doesn't seem unrealistic to find one for 65K when all is said and done. Not in an auction setting, of course, you know, where you don't have to deal with the additional premium and whatever else. I think those days might not be too far, JB. If you are saving up for it, if you are putting your money aside for it, maybe the day might be there sooner than later. How about this salmon? This lovely cut of salmon from Daytona Beach. this can be a good present for Mrs. Aussie expat, no? I'm a huge fan of these Daytona Beach series. We were just talking about them. They kind of came as a full set of 4 white gold Rolex Daytonas with matching lizard straps, and of course folding clasps also in 18 karat white gold. They came with boxes and other goodies that had the same skin, covering them. Right, there was a box with the matching color and covered in, fitted in the same lizard skin. It came with like a little leather wallet that they include in these full sets to hold the papers and calendar and whatever else. And this pink version had, of course, like a pink tinted mother of pearl dial. There was a yellow version with a yellow tinted mother of pearl dial. There was a turquoise dial version, and there was a, I always forget how to pronounce this. I think it's like chrysoper, something like that. The green version also had a semi-precious stone dial. I think this might well be my favorite out of all of them. This is the Meadow Soprano watch, because actually in the Sopranos, Meadow was wearing this very watch, I think at the beginning of season 4. And that example at lot 114 sold for 60,480 Swiss francs. They had at lot 109 the very first two-tone Royal Oak jumbo extra thin to be made, number 1. That had an estimated value of 200,000 to 400,000 Swiss francs, and it did not even sell. So stranger things have happened, but no one wanted to touch this one. I don't know if they had a specific reason for it. It did come with a certificate that confirmed the exhibition of this watch to commemorate the 50th anniversary. So there's no doubt whatsoever, according to its provenance. But I guess $200,000 was too much for a two-tone Royal Oak. A 5402 A series with a quote-unquote tropical dial. However, actually sold. It's A 336, so one of the first 4500 Royal Oaks to be made, which is an interesting historical factoid. It shouldn't matter all that much, but A series, of course, does command more value than B or C or D. This is, of course, the original reference that was first released in 1972. This watch is roughly from 1974. In all original condition, original dial. It seems like it's the right font for the dates. It also seems, from what limited pictures we have, to have the unsigned crown, which also confirms that the watch was kept in its original condition. And it sold for a little more than $100,000, specifically 107,100 Swiss francs. Lot 104, an A series Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo extra thin. How are you doing, Professor?
Professing.
Okay,
A
so
lot of watches.
here is a very early example of the Rolex Daytona with their in-house caliber, with caliber 4130 in white gold on a leather strap. We're talking specifically about reference number 116519, roughly from around the turn of the millennium. Another decent deal. Again, it's not a steal by any means, but are you kidding me? 23,940, where you can hardly get steel Daytona for that price. Of course, there's a buyer's premium. Once again, I'm just looking at the price in this case as an indicator of what somewhat undesirable or less desirable iterations of what are otherwise hype watches can present value propositions, because this lot, number 14, which is a white gold Daytona with a black dial on a leather strap, sold for $24,000. And right next to it, at lot number 13, a ceramic Daytona 116500 LN with a white dial, sold for $36,540.
If you take out the premium, how much would it sell? And this is at an auction, so that people can believe that, you know, this watch can be attained below 30, in my opinion. Now,
Easily. But that with the premium, that's $40,000 actually.
40,000.
That
Okay,
doesn't
I thought it
include.
was included. Okay.
No. It's even worse. It's
Okay, and the 36 includes the taxes?
No. It doesn't include anything. That's
It doesn't
just the
include
price.
anything.
That's
Okay.
just the price at the gavel. On top of it, buyer's premium. On top of that, taxes, customs, and duties, and whatever else.
Okay.
All the
I
fees.
think today you can get this, as you said, less than 30. From any other second-hand gray market dealer, less than 30. 26, 27, easy.
Of
Easy.
course, you know that my dislike for most gray market dealers is widely
course.
known already. But yes, that's why I keep saying that, hey, you're in the same room with like genuine billionaires who spend millions of dollars on a single watch. You do not bid on this kind of stuff
No.
if it's not chump change for you, because they sell, actually, these sorts of watches sell for much more than they're going rate on the market. It's always the case in these kinds of auctions where people come in with a certain agenda just to splurge. Whether they win those $1 million watches or not, they always have something else to throw
Well,
around.
they don't care if they buy the OP turquoise for 52. 52, the turquoise didn't reach at the height of the market.
Yep.
It was like 52. I saw it in some gray market dealers who were wishing for 52, but they would probably get 50. So, I mean, yeah, the yellow OP41, you know more than I do, could be attained today below 10, right, Lord?
Oh, for sure. For sure. You can get it for high four figures easily.
Okay, so if we wait, you know, you will probably get it for 7 or thereabouts. And I think the turquoise, you can get it for Now, how much do you think it's going in the gray market? 17, 18?
Well, OP41 has been so excessively popular and it's discontinued in that color. That's why I also can't say anything for sure for the yellow either. I mean, I respect your decision and your own forecast of, hey, it will continue to come down. But for a Rolex that's desirable and that's discontinued, the trend is not always way down. I don't know what they're selling for now because I never really cared, but I'm not sure if they will be ever reasonably priced if we are talking about the Tiffany Blue OP41.
Yeah, I think the Tiffany will go around 2017. It will hit around that.
Bruce G, my friend may have already sold it, but he offered it to me for 8K. And it was actually with the tags and everything. So it wasn't a dial swap kind of situation. I know that I'm privileged. I know I have connections. That's why I offer these sorts of services as well. But if you are actually in the market for a yellow or coral, I can easily secure one for you for less than 10K, for sure.
Is he still? Can you ask if he still has the yellow?
Probably does, but I will have to check. I'll have to go and check.
Yeah. Okay. Please do for the yellow.
Because again, look, when he offered it for 8, that was compared to the market rate, that was a very good deal. But even if things continue to come down and even if the economic situation worsens, for a discontinued Rolex that is still desired, I don't see it really going much under 7.5, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
But we are not diviners. We don't see into the future. So who knows?
No.
Who knows? I will say this, and tomorrow something will happen, and that will be available in a couple of weeks for 5K. Who knows? No one can guarantee that.
No, 5 are impossible. But yeah, okay. Let's see, Lord. Let me know.
I will for
Yeah,
sure.
please.
Gondog, nice to see you. Bruce G, thank you. Yeah. Again, guys, Chili, welcome back to the channel. Yeah, look, that's why I keep banging the drum. I am your resource. If you are actually looking for deals and watches, I do send links to the usual suspects that I mine online with my bag of tricks. At least 3 links to watch deals online through my Patreon on a daily basis. And that's provided at the initiate level at $10 per month. But when it comes to more specific kinds of advice, if you're looking for something, a specific model of watch or a brand of watch or a kind of timepiece that you're trying to acquire, you can contact me and we can do a more deep search, and I will try to exercise some of my sources to find the best example for you. And also on a more long-standing fashion, I'm always available as a consultant to curate a watch collection from scratch or expand your existing collection in different directions. So you just email me at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com, and we'll start the conversation from there. and move on from there. So if you have any specific questions, if you need my help, if you need my services, it's all available there. The links are provided in the video description, whether you want to join on the Patreon or send a contribution on PayPal or Cash App, or if you just want to start a conversation and see what I can do for you, and we will figure out a price point depending on what you're asking from me.
That's great. Lord, I think that's great.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bruce G says, a coral was auctioned on Moda earlier today. Moda is a Facebook group, by the way, for those of you who don't know, where dealers basically sell watches to each other. It's a dealer exclusive group. It's for gray market dealers to transact among themselves 99% of the time. So the prices tend to be below what the end customer gets usually. And Bruce is saying even there, a coral was just sold for 15.5K. The coral is a little more expensive on the secondary market compared to the green, compared to the yellow, and a little less expensive than the so-called Tiffany blue as well. So I can understand that. I can see that. I'm not condemning anyone for setting certain kinds of prices. I do think they are unreasonable. I do think they're not worth it. But who am I to say? Who am I to say? Yeah, who am I to say that? Who am I to teach people how to spend their money? That's not my job, unless you actually commission me to do that job for you. Then I will get in your business, but because you invite me to do so. Yeah, another interesting piece, again, right next to these two lots that we have examined, number 13, which was a modern ceramic Daytona with the white dial, which sold at a relatively hefty premium. A white gold early example of the Daytona that sold for, of the automatic Daytona that sold for much less than that. And here is a white gold with a black racing dial mounted on a full white gold bracelet that sold roughly for about the same price as the 116500 at the same auction. This is lot 15. It sold for $34,020. Reference 116509. White gold on full white gold bracelet with a black racing dial, beautiful red accents. One of my favorite Daytonas in the range ever. And then going back there, lot 13, which is just your standard fare of 116500 LN, actually sold for 2.5K more. And then you had a white gold Daytona with a black dial on a leather strap from early 2000s, a 11519 that sold for about $24,000. You have a John Mayer that sold for more than 100,000 Swiss francs at lot 22. This is, of course, the 18-karat yellow golds on matching oyster bracelet with the green dial, those red accents in the chronograph registers that has been associated with John Mayer's name. Next to it is a full Averroes Daytona with baguette diamonds on the dial, on a full oyster bracelet in matching pink gold. Lot 21 sold for $63,000.
We have a message from Bruce G.
Wow. Thank you, Bruce. Really appreciate Lord and Professor. Best live stream for serious-minded watchful. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate you, man. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for recognizing us and encouraging us on this path. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. Yeah, really, thank you. It's a community, and we truly, I personally, along with Lord, truly believe in what we're doing and what Lord has been trying to do, and we want to be as genuine as we can. This is not a drama channel, and it's not about cooking and eating and watches and birds. And okay, sometimes I digress because I am an economist, so unavoidably we're in the middle of a recession. So, there is the economist coming out at times, but we honestly want to help and promote the idea of watches and collecting, and sensibly. We're unbiased. We're unbiased. We're not sponsored by, all these gray marketeers. So what you will hear is the unedited version. Once it becomes edited, that we're being sponsored by somebody, and
I
if
don't
we
think
start
that's coming.
going, obviously we're not being sponsored by Philips or Christie's or any
No,
of
look,
those guys.
let me put it this way. If there was ever a sponsorship of any kind, it won't be coming through gray market dealers, and it won't be coming in the form of a specific brand or group of brands in terms of watchmakers. Yeah, if it ever exists, it will probably, chances are that it won't be a horological thing either. Let me put it this way. I am in conversations with certain people. It would be something related to the channel, of course. It would be something beneficial to the person advertising, but I don't in any way wish to be involved in a kind of exercise that would limit the things that I want to say, that would force upon me or impose upon me subjects to discuss rather than subjects and brands and events that I choose to cover. And I would certainly not want to be in a relationship where I have to direct people to a specific website or seller.
Yeah.
When my friends come on this channel and they have something to promote, they have all the time in the world, and they have all my time to promote that stuff, and I will help them too. But I don't get paid by them.
And I think, Lord, we're not gonna get sponsored by Patek Philippe anytime soon.
I will, if I ever, I'm a huge fan of rap music, even though I've never aspired to be a rapper. But if I ever go on to become a SoundCloud rapper myself, maybe then they might sponsor me, but they wouldn't be interested in a YouTuber anyways. I'm not their type.
Yeah, yeah, of course, and it's
Even
only
if I
because
even if I talked about Patek only in positive terms, I don't think they would be interested in me.
yeah, yeah, I hear you. No, it's great. Well, we have our friends. We have um, Bruce G and everybody else. Um, the Chili Badger. That's okay. That's an
Yeah,
interesting name.
I
So
agree with you.
he's another friend, and everybody else, Aussie expat and everybody, Big Mitch who comes in, and everybody else. I might be missing because I don't know them all. You know them far better, but
I
you know that.
completely agree, except for Big Meech.
Oh,
Just kidding.
no good.
I
Okay,
love my
I,
Big Meech. I love my Big Meech. But
you guys.
I have to squeeze that in. He trolls me all the time. I should be able to say a few things.
He trolls you all the
Guys,
time. Yeah.
this is it's the last stretch. It's the last 5 minutes. If there are any questions, any issues that you would like us to discuss,
Oh, I
feel free
forgot a
to.
biggie.
No. Don't hold it for a second. Um, we are going to close in a few minutes. So if you want to discuss any of these lots specifically, or if you have any other question or issue that you want us to talk about, please send it via super chat. Otherwise, it's been almost 4 hours, so I'm ready to conclude. Professor, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say the Rolex people have done a 5% increase in the European market.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They
In
call it, yeah, in Europe. They did it throughout, except the UK, because they did one in the UK, remember, in September.
Mhm.
So they did another one, and basically they did it because of the hedging, so that you don't get an advantage between buying the
Right.
watch in Europe and the UK is more expensive, and of course, adjusting it for the fluctuation of the FX. Oops, sorry, the dollar and all of that. Uh-oh. Who's calling me? Oh my God, this is like a nightmare here. What is this?
Professor, you know who is calling?
Uh,
It's the late 90s. They want their phone back.
oh yeah, this is a very old phone, guys. This is the phone. This is the phone. Yes, sir. This is a Nokia phone. Very nice brand.
I
Excellent
know.
brand.
I recognized it from the ring.
Yeah, this is an excellent brand.
Oh wow. Mike David, thank you. 20 New Zealand dollars. Good work, guys. We love you, Mike David. Thank you so
Hey,
much. And Gondog says, yes, Rolex prices are significantly increased in Europe, roughly 5% on average, as the professor says. And Absolute Bore says Jeff Fennick awarded his fourth world title 30 years after being denied by a Don King decision in fight one against Azuma Nelson. Are you serious? They retroactively gave him a title? Wow. Well, justice is usually not done in boxing, so it's that really surprises me. But Jeff Fennick, of course, is a legendary fighter, one of the best that have come out of the down under, so to speak, from Australia. I'm very excited to see that happen because it rarely happens, and it certainly doesn't happen retroactively, going back decades. I've seen decisions being overturned when people are discovered to have used a banned substance, for example, as a result of a post-fight test. But this is interesting news. Yeah. Wow. Thank you
you
for sharing
see,
that, Absolute Bore.
now you're going to carry on for another 2 hours with boxing.
No. I have to actually. The reason I'm wearing a hoodie today is because I'm just gonna walk down to the gym and work out for the next 2 hours.
Oh my
Because
God.
I have too much energy right now.
Oh,
I need to somehow drain myself of it to be able to go to sleep. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. I won't be able to work tomorrow, and that throws off my entire week. I will look into it, Absolute Bore. Mike, since you so generously contributed, please do tell me if there is one more thing that you want us to discuss before we conclude. But if you don't have any special requests, I'll just take last words from the professor, and we will go from there.
no, that's it. I'm good. I'm good to go.
I'll give another second for Mike David to see if he wants us to talk about something else.
The gun dog says, yeah, you're highlighting it.
Yeah. So Rolex value propositions are starting to look different. And Absolute Bore so generously contributed $2 Australian. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. It's every penny counts. You know me.
Yes, sir. Well, you know what will happen now? Everybody else is going to increase prices, Lord. So
Yeah.
Omega is going to do the same. All the others will do the same. The value proposition in general is beginning to look, challenging, especially as we are in the middle of a difficult economic climate. But, and also it's not helping that the dollar is so strong, and you guys in America are able to buy stuff and visit places for much cheaper than a couple of years ago, right? So in part it's that, plus the global inflation, guys. Global inflation, it's killing us, right? There is inflation in the UK is above 10%. Food inflation is like 17%. I don't know what we're going to be doing, cutting the wood from the forest to heat ourselves. In the
Crazy.
US, you have very high inflation, 8, 9%. Interest rates are rising. So, they have to reflect that. So it's not just, it's the value proposition of the world. It's not just Rolex. And most likely they'll do another increase in January, because usually they do them in January, but now it's unusual times.
Right.
They did one in September in the UK and Australia, and now in Europe, another one probably in January. We live in funny times.
Yeah, I think that's gonna happen, and this wasn't the case. People have become uh, even on the eve of the hype, even before the pandemic, people had slowly become used to the yearly price increases by major brands. That wasn't always the case. It was every other year, or perhaps sometimes less frequent. So it wasn't just something that automatically happens on an annual basis. And
Absolutely.
now,
Rolex used to do it every 2 years, Lord, every 2 years.
yeah,
It wasn't every year, it was every 2 years, and it was between 2.5, 3%, never 5. And in 1 year, they've done one in January globally and another one again now, including everybody else. I mean, the Asian countries are left, and so they'll get the hit come January. But we live in very difficult times. Everything is going up. I mean, I can't believe I went to buy toothpaste the other day. Now it's the economist in me. In fact, it was my wife who told me. We used to buy toothpaste for £1, and now it's £1.20. So that toothpaste has gone up 20%, guys. 20% is huge. It's huge. And
I used
salaries are
to
not going up.
forget about the 20%. So I love my sparkling water, right? It's the time I spent in Germany mostly, because in most places you wouldn't even be able to find still water. It's all sprudel. So
Yeah, the Germans
uh,
like their sparkling water, which is I like it too. Yeah.
I love it. And they used to be, 119 per bottle. Sometimes would go into discount around $1. These days, you would be lucky to find any bottle of sparkling water for 225
Yeah.
or more, 279, whatever they can name it. So it's not 20% is fine. Nowadays, a lot of basic things, small things like the jar of peanut butter. If it was 2-3 years ago, before the pandemic, if it was $2 and change, now it's $4 and change. Or when
Yeah,
it was like
it's
almost
crazy.
$2, it's now $3.50, $3.50.
Exactly. Exactly.
Um,
Exactly. And
so
you
it's
know what will
ridiculous.
happen? What happens with this? As inflation is creeping in, that's eating into disposable incomes. That's hugely impacting demand. And so you will immediately see demand for these watches going down. And that's why you need to wait, guys. And for Aussie expat, if he cannot find the watch from his AD, the two watches, I have
Hmm.
plenty of people around here who are going to source it for him in a heartbeat. Um, but I'm sure his AD will source it for him because they'll go to other ADs and say, "Look, get it for me. Let's do a transaction," and they'll knock the deal for him, and he'll get the watch. He'll get the
Uh,
watch.
by the way, again, not to recommend that anyone go out and purchase something like this now, but
Uh huh.
we were talking about how FP Jaune
Oh.
Chronomètre Bleu was selling
Mm.
for multiple times retail. Well, now it's slightly under 2 times retail, and it keeps dropping. Thank you, I love Maldives, for sharing this link. But yes, the list price is now around $38,000. And on the secondary market, you can find it for around
Mm.
$70,000,
Mm.
which
Mm.
means soon enough it will drop even more. And again, don't take me wrong, it's a gorgeous watch. I might not personally desire it, but I can recognize the beauty in it, the um, the distinction of its design. The dial is a chameleon. It's beautiful. There's such a unique warmth to the movement that's fashioned out of pink gold. Everything is fantastic and very special. Still don't think it's worth
Yeah.
anywhere near $70,000.
No, it's
But
a hyped watch. It's a hyped watch.
it's a
People.
beautiful piece.
Yeah.
Just goes to show how the most hyped watches are also the ones that are taking the steepest dip in price on the secondary market.
And the thing, guys, is always remember when they're telling us, oh, the Daytona Panda is 30,000. This is the selling price, not the value of the price. Not because the value of your watch is the value you sell it for. It's the
Of
price
course.
you sell it for, not the price they're selling it to you. So people get distorted. Oh, the Panda is 33. No, this is not the price. You need to find out what they're buying it from you, and that's the price of your watch. So the price of that watch is 25, 24, because they need to sell it for 28, maybe 26, and make $2,000. They're going back to the old way of making 1,000 to 2,000 bucks, on the watch. This is how it used to be during my days in 2001, 2002, and 2003 when I was still a student and I was interested. I got to know a lot of gray market people in Boston, um, or secondhand, watch people. And this is how much money they used to make back then. $500, $1,000, 2,000. Not the crazy sums they were making a few months ago for 2, 3, 4 years. So remember, the price of the watch is the price you're getting it when you're selling it, not when you're buying it, and that's a big
Of course,
differential.
of course. One thing I would like to add to that, though, because we talk sometimes too pessimistically about what the world of internet watch talk and social media has introduced into the collector's culture in watches. The good thing that it has introduced is that it has increased the number of platforms and avenues where collectors can make trades, whether in kind or in cash, among themselves. So we are not necessarily beholden to these price gouging gray market profiteers who try to buy the same watch from you for 20K and turn around and sell it for 32K. So if they try to manipulate the prices on their end, sure enough, they also enable just the average person to trade those watches at a higher value as well. So we don't always have to deal with them. We don't always have to deal with the middleman. And we can use our own platforms as well as the established platforms like Chrono24, like eBay, to sell watches. And you pay commission, but you usually end up making a lot more, getting a lot more money for the watch you sell if you sell it yourself on Chrono24 than a dealer would give you in trade. I mean, it's a no-brainer. So I completely agree with you in terms of understanding the market value of the watch. Do not take the highest amount listed on Chrono24. No, never. But also know that you don't have to be beholden to these people to take a watch from you, at a significant loss to you, and at an even bigger margin for them when they end up selling it. That's not how it should be. Yeah, I was saying, I just since I stayed on anyways, let's go until 12:30, and then I will just cut it off right there. Mike David says, I bought my last Rolex privately. As long as you're confident about what you're buying, it's a great idea. Exactly. If you can actually, there are two things. Everyone says buy the seller. I think that's a given. I think at this point you have to know, you have to study, you have to understand the seller. You have to do your independent research about it, not just ask for one or two references that are easily found and sometimes fabricated online. More importantly, you have to know what you are getting, what you're buying, as Mike David says, right? You have to study what model, what reference you are in the market for. I know I'm a little unhinged when it comes to this. I study certain models for months and sometimes for years before I even contemplate making a purchase in the market. But if you want to go your own way in terms of buying watches, and if you don't want to be beholden to gray market dealers, you do have to do your homework. You do have to dedicate at least a couple of months to really learn about the watch that you want to buy. And once you know what is desirable, what is good condition, how can you assess that condition from photographs, from videos, face to face, in person, and in metal. Once you figure those things out, it's a much easier thing to deal with a fellow watch collector rather than a gray market dealer. There are great, don't take me wrong, there are great, very honorable watch dealers, especially in the world of vintage watches, who know about watches and have forgotten all I can ever know about watches at least 2 times over the course of their life. So my due respect to those kinds of dealers who practice impeccable business ethics. But most of these people who have mushroomed during the pandemic don't know anything about watches, don't care about watches, and certainly don't care about you. So you don't owe them your business, whether you're buying or selling. Absolute Bore raises an important point, which is the good and bad thing about Japan. He says, I'm in Japan these days, so many pre-owned watches everywhere. It's easy to confuse and baffle the mind. Japan is great. It's a great market for vintage watches and neo-vintage watches. On the other hand, there's so much out there. You don't necessarily know what is a good example of a certain model or of a specific reference number unless you have done your homework. So it can be very confusing because if you don't know what you're looking for, who knows, are you getting a service dial or not? Service hands, is there anything else that has changed about the watch? Is the bracelet original to it, or at least period correct? Does the bracelet still have life in it? On and on and on, right? There's so many different questions that you can actually learn even to ask, that you need some guidance sometimes, you need some hand holding sometimes. And as always, I'm here for you. Send me an email if you're looking at a particular model at lordhellespont5@gmail.com, lordhellespont@gmail.com, and we can certainly figure out how to go about your next watch purchase, or to curate an entire collection for you from scratch. In either case, again, thank you everyone for being here tonight. Thank you for your presence and support. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I really appreciate that. It really gives me that extra bit of push and exposure. Subscribe if you haven't already. We are here for pure watch talk every day, and I have so much other kind of content. I'm in the middle of a move, so I haven't been able to create short form content as often. I do apologize for that. It is going to come back. In the meantime, we are still live every day. Maybe I take 1 or 2 days off every week. I apologize, but for about 4 hours at a time. So we are still putting in the work, still putting in the effort. So subscribe and stay tuned. We have a giveaway coming. So for that, please do remain subscribed and follow me on Instagram, where I will post the guidelines quite soon. I'm giving away over the next 4 months one of each of the colors of the models that Rowing Blazers has put out through Seiko recently. I'm wearing one of them now. I'm wearing my personal version of it in azure, in sky blue. I'm very happy with it, and I look forward to giving them away. I have one of each to give away. November is the month of orange, so stay tuned. Follow me on Instagram. Remain subscribed to the channel, and I'll post the guidelines on Instagram first and also on the channel, so you can put your hat in the ring. You'll be assigned a specific number, and the winner will be decided by a random number generator. If you want to contribute to the channel, you can always do that during the live streams with a super chat or with a super thanks as a comment to any of the videos. Otherwise, you can always use PayPal. lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And if you join me on Patreon, not only will you commit your support for increasing quality and quantity of content on this channel, you'll also have a direct line of communication with me, and I will be sending you at least 3 links every day for watch deals online. And right, and that's when you sign up on Patreon for $10 per month at the initiate level. I think that's a pretty good deal for getting about 100 different links per month. I'm sure it won't stay at that level, and I will be adding new services, of course, on top of it as time goes, but I invite you to try it. I'm sure you will get something from it. Absolute bore. I appreciate it. I will search about what happened in terms of this moment of redemption for Jeff Fenech in overturning that official draw against Azuma Nelson. Thank you so much. I'll do that. Professor, do you want to add something in the last minutes, last gasp?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
All right, sounds great. Thank you so much, Professor, for being here, and thank you all, especially Mike David and Absolute Bore, for your presence and support, for your super chats, for your interventions, for your questions and comments. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you also, Aussie Expat, for dropping by earlier. It's always lovely to see you. I'll see you all not tomorrow, because I am taking off tomorrow, unless maybe I do a late show, perhaps. But in either case, good night. Please hit the like button on the way out. I will see you soon. And until then, I bid you adieu. Good night, friends.